Order. Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you. I would like to present a petition which reads this way. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This petition has been signed by a number of residents of Halifax, Chebucto, and elsewhere in the province, and I have signed it also.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table the document that I'll be referring to in my notice of motion.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a report, the 2023-2024 Nova Scotia Crop and Livestock Insurance Commission Annual Report.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to table a document relative to my member's statement later, the 2024 Glace Bay Housing Survey initial results.
The document is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je désire déposer un rapport d'étape, le rapport d'étape 2023-24, service en France offert par le gouvernement de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a report, progress report on French language services provided by the Government of Nova Scotia 2023-2024.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Gaelic Affairs.
Madam Speaker, Oiche Hauna, the night of October 31st. Or as you know it, Halloween. Madam Speaker, the celebration of Halloween is rooted in the Gaelic tradition of Samhain. Samhain marked the end of the harvest and the beginning of winter. It was also a time when pre-Christian beliefs held that the boundary between this world and the next was close at hand. The spirits were close. 1,500 years ago, Christianity was brought by people like St. Patrick to Ireland and Columcille or St. Columba to Scotland. We have Iona here in Cape Breton, and is named after the same place whereupon he founded his monastery in the kingdom of Dalriata, which became the Gaelic-speaking kingdom of Alaba, for which our own province is named Alaba Ur, or New Scotland. These saints needed to find a connection with the people with whom they were sharing the story of Christ. And for the early Christians, Samhain was an opportunity to extend what the Gaels already believed to Christian belief in the afterlife. It is why we see All Saints' Day celebrated on November 1st and All Souls' Day celebrated on November 2nd, just after Samhain. And it is why I grew up in a largely Christian community, but listened to my own grandmother and other Gaelic speakers explain to me the nature of the supernatural and what I could expect from it. One of my last memories of her was lying on the couch, sick at home from school, as she sat there with me and told me of her own experiences. In Gaelic culture, there's strong faith and belief in Christianity and a strong belief in the supernatural. in things like the second sight, forerunners, and ghosts or Baching. And while we likely won't be sitting here in this legislature on October 31st, we must not miss this opportunity to recognize this day for the Gaels and for everyone else who celebrates it. Last year I spoke about the devil and the many forms and ways and reasons why he might come for someone. A significant example I referenced could not include details out of respect for the family that experienced it and because there are people still living in that house. But what better stories to tell you this year than ones I've experienced myself? Thankfully, I've never seen the devil. Although there have been a few moments here in this chamber where I felt like I was crawling through the very bowels of hell. There was one time, pedaling home on my bike from the store with a bag of treats, getting ready to watch some playoff hockey on TV, that I could swear I heard the devil laughing at me as I passed the graveyard. But on a few nights later, walking with my father, I was lucky enough to discover that it was just a frog that I'd never heard before. It was not the devil. But sometimes there is no explanation. Coincidence. Are all things that happen that are unlikely simply coincidence? I have a couple of personal stories. 3 years ago on St. Patrick's Day, an important day for the Gaels, my son was born. And as I was sitting outside the operating room, waiting to go in, I was thinking, this is an important moment. A special moment in my life. And I started to think about my father. And I wondered if he's aware of this, or if he's even here with me. Bing! Within 30 seconds, my phone had beeped, and I received a text message from my stepfather-in-law, Bill. And he said, "Hey, your father's name is on the cover of the paper today." What do you think? In that moment, was that just coincidence? Or was my father somehow sending me a message that he was there with me? Another one. The night my father died, I was driving home from Halifax to see him one last time before they would take him away. Now, normally I would have the radio on, listening to the music all the way home. But that night, I didn't feel it was a night to be listening to music. But for some reason, at one point, I did turn on the radio. And it was a little staticky, where I was. It was near New Glasgow. It was probably a Halifax station that was starting to run out. And what song was on the radio but Paul Carrick's "Don't Shed a Tear"? And what was the next song? "Blinded by the Light" by Manfred Mann. Is that a coincidence? Was my father trying to speak to me through the music? I turned the radio off and I continued home. Maybe we look for these things, but I can tell you that night I wasn't looking for it. A few weeks back, on the 10th anniversary of his death, I happened to be in Lunenburg at a restaurant. Faintly in the background, what did I hear but the song "Blinded by the Light"? Kind of strange. Unexplainable by me. And I have one more for you. Surely we are not just planted in the ground, as my good friend Cyril Reddy used to joke. He himself, the last time I saw him, was part of a strange occurrence. I would have to say no one has had such an influence on me in the world of politics than he. He worked at community services for many, many years. He actually served 5 terms as president of the Nova Scotia Government Employees Association, which later became the Nova Scotia Government Employees Union. I knew him as John Hamm's right-hand man. He imprinted such wonderful sayings on my mind as "where you stand depends on where you sit." He'd haunt a house for 50 cents to refer to somebody who had narrow perspective. He'd sneak into a free show and charge you for the popcorn, referring to somebody who was maybe not above board. As you can tell, Cyril had a great sense of humor. As you can expect in politics, sometimes things would go wrong, and he might say that you'd end up being the proud owner of both pieces, referring to the fact that you just landed home from the auction and what you got is actually broken. And he used to say something about going up the ladder and suggesting one be careful because it can be awful slippery coming on the back down. And there's many more, Madam Speaker, but some of them we deem unparliamentary. Well, the last time I saw Cyril, we were in the meeting, full of people, and as we approached the end of the meeting, the man to my right was speaking. And as he was, I looked at his forehead and I said, "Death." I said that in my mind, I didn't say it out loud. And I thought, that's a strange thing to think about, and I felt bad about it. And as the meeting concluded, Cyril and myself and that man and another man was with us in the elevator going down. And this time I looked at that other man, I looked at the back of his head and I said, "Death," in my mind again. And I couldn't really understand it. That would be the last time I'd see Cyril, because a few days later he died of a brain aneurysm. And I can't explain why that happened. All I can say is that Cyril was somebody who's very important in my life. He meant a lot to me, and that was the last time I got to see him. And maybe it was some premonition of what was about to happen. But I couldn't understand it in the moment. And with that, not on a sad note, it's about 20 years since Cyril passed, 10 years since my father passed. I believe they're still out there somewhere. And I would say, Madam Speaker, as we approach Halloween, remember those who have passed on All Souls Day, and the hallowed who have passed on All Saints Day, and remember that we are close to the spirit world on Oichehauna. And with that, Bianakin, Nasauna, Orav Ula, happy Halloween to all of you.
That's the good stuff.
I recognize the honorable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a challenge to follow up the master of Halloween. So I'm going to go national today. I want to introduce the House to one of the most haunted places in all of Canada. True story. A 19-year-old law student came to Niagara Falls in 1877 and was in awe of the sight of the mighty Niagara Falls and began studying the thought of trying to harness the power of a hydroelectricity generation. By 1900, the sod was turned to build a power development in Niagara Falls. What an achievement by this young man. But by 1905, that industrious lawyer had died. The Niagara Falls power generation is actually one of the newest tourist attractions now in Niagara Falls as of July 2021. But this historic building has a dark side that few visitors know about. With a history dating back to 1905, the Niagara Parks Power Station and the haunting of Niagara Falls attraction traces back to the tragic lives of that original founder, the young lawyer, and his wife, Annette. The life of the founder was a flurry of business. After founding what would become Niagara Falls' longest-running power station, he became ill and quickly died of congestive heart failure, during his honeymoon, actually. His young wife, Annette, married him in that same year that he died. Annette was heartbroken and spent years using mediums and trying to use psychics to attempt to reach her dearly departed husband. After finally giving up on her lost love, Annette spiraled into a deep depression, and then one evening told her chauffeur to pull over for just a moment. She then vanished. And about a month later, her body was found and it was returned back to her husband's gravesite. Shortly afterwards, staff at the station began seeing this well-to-do woman in a fur coat walking around. And even recently, tourists and all kinds of people feel like people are watching them, and someone is watching them when they're on the thrust deck. Many people believe this landmark has a resident ghost now. And if any of you are brave enough, you can wander the halls and search for yourself. These reports continue to this very day, and many believe it is Annette, desperately searching for her lost husband, who had such an interest in renewable energy, imagine in the 1800s, ahead of his time. And who was this person? William Rankin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will only just take a couple of minutes. Seeing as it's not so close to Halloween, I have not yet been visited by the ghost of the legislature. I've not yet been visited by the ghost of Helen Creighton. I haven't even been walking in the dark on the bridge and being, enshrouded by fog, but I will tell you this. I tend, at my age, to wake up in cold sweats very often. Madam Speaker, I am experiencing menopause. The member the other day talked about Menopause Awareness Day. Well, let me tell you, every day is Menopause Awareness Day in this caucus. Anyway, so I normally wake up with cold sweats, lying like this, going, I can't go back to sleep. But this last night, same thing happened. Okay, this is just a menopausal waking up with cold sweats. And then I looked, and at the end of my bed, there was a massive figure. And I got very scared, and I thought, oh God, is this it? Is this like how it all ends? Is this the end? And in fact, the figure, in some weird speech that somehow I understood, like it was in a language that I'd never heard before, but I somehow understood it, suggested to me that my work was not done. And so I woke up, I fell back asleep. I woke up, and I was like, boy, oh boy, I'm going to give the best speech about rent control that I've ever given in my life today. Thank you very much.
It's hard to move on from that, but we must. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I do my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, we have members of the crew of the HMCS Kootenay, and I'd like to, as I say their name, if I can ask them to please rise. So please join me in welcoming Steve Rowlands, Alan Dinger Bell, John Montague, John Gregory, Brian Gilletley, Cyril Johnston, Roger Branson, and John Judd. 55 years ago, these sailors experienced the worst peacetime disaster in the history of the Royal Canadian Navy. 9 crewmen were killed, and 53 were seriously injured following an explosion in the starboard gearbox on board. It has been said that a lesser trained and professional crew would have ended the day in lifeboats. I'd like to thank each of them for their service and ask them to receive the warm welcome of the House.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for being here today, and we hope you enjoy your time. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your service, gentlemen. But we know service is a family thing. They're also joined in the East Gallery today by Esther Ann Gregory, Rachel Mosley, Hendren Gaudette, Mary Johnson, and of course, John Gregory's granddaughter, Julia, is seated right beside him up here. But thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October 23rd will mark 55 years since the HMCS Kootenay experienced the greatest peacetime disaster in the history of the Royal Canadian Navy. Whereas on that fateful morning, off the coast of England, a gearbox exploded
and the resulting fire and toxic smoke claimed the lives of 9 crewmen and seriously injured 53 more. Whereas 55 years later, we recognize the bravery, the professionalism of the crew on board that prevented the disaster from being more widespread while honoring the lives of those who did not make it home. And whereas we offer our heartfelt thanks to all those aboard the HMCS Kootenay and their families supporting them at home for the sacrifice they made in the protection of the freedoms that we hold so dear as Canadians. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House recognize October 23rd, 2024 as Kootenay Day in the province of Nova Scotia and remember all those who served in the HMCS Kootenay with gratitude and respect. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I give my government notice of motion, I tabled a document earlier that I just want to give context for everyone here. It was printed in the Provincial Reporter on September 23rd, 1974, called "Drug Plan Will Start on Schedule," says Hare. Jack Hare was the Executive Director of the province's Health Services and Insurance Commission for Nova Scotia. His office was in the Joseph Hell building across the street on the 7th floor, right corner of the building. My office is in the Joseph Hell building on the 7th floor in the left-hand corner. I was in that building when I was a little girl looking down at this legislature from the exact same view as this gentleman here that I'm referencing today. So with that, I'll start my, and before I started, he delivered a seniors drug plan for Nova Scotia the same week that I delivered a collaborative pharmacy clinic for Eastern Passage. I feel his spirit here with me today. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas John Hare made a significant impact on the lives of Nova Scotia while serving as the Executive Director of the Health Services and Insurance Commission for Nova Scotia. And whereas John Hare introduced Nova Scotia's free Seniors Pharmacare program 50 years ago this month. And whereas my father, John Hare, passed away 37 years ago after many years as a dedicated public servant and wonderful family man. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature acknowledge John Hare for his significant contribution to improve the lives of seniors and all Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall read and table the message from His Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmitting the estimates of sums required for the service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026. For the consideration of this House, table the estimate books, table the government business plan, table the estimate resolutions, deliver my budget speech, and move that the estimates of sums required for the service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026 being supplied to be granted to His Majesty be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Madam Speaker, I hereby request that the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the Rules and Forms of the Procedures of the House of Assembly. Be it resolved that all the congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of Procedure of the House of Assembly from September 5th, 2024 to the rising of the House today that have not been otherwise considered by the House of Assembly be approved.
Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the 44th Annual 4-H Nova Scotia Provincial Show, known as the Pro Show, will take place on September 27th to 29th at the Nova Scotia Provincial Exhibition Complex in Bible Hill. And whereas the provincial show features 4-H members from across the province, showcasing their hard work and dedication in an atmosphere of togetherness and celebration. And whereas the event features livestock displays, fashion and trade shows, a 4-H member parade, market show and sale, food vendors, and a variety of fun competitions from tractor driving to cake decorating. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House recognize the positive benefits the annual 4-H provincial show brings the regional economy into the development of young farmers for the future agriculture industry in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you very much. In the gallery today is Anne McCrae, the wife of the late Steve Esty, and she is joined by Steve's mother, Dee Esty, and sister Jane Esty. Anne is a fierce advocate for people with disabilities and worked for years in this province to make sure it is an accessible place for every person. Steve was a disability rights advocate with 30 years experience at all levels, local, regional, and international levels, combining his formal education in international development with his experience in disability advocacy. He made significant policy contributions that have had an impact felt globally and locally. And as someone with a hearing impairment, when Steve campaigned as a candidate in a provincial election in Dartmouth North, he was accompanied by an interpreter, which would have been a huge expense for him and the campaign. So the bill I'm about to table would see that this type of expense would be allowed to be past the cap for the reimbursable spending limits for elections. And so this bill is also titled or subtitled the Steve Esty Act. So I would like to actually, before I table the bill, ask the House to join me in welcoming Steve's family for this very important event.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2011, the Elections Act, respecting expenses incurred in relation to a disability, otherwise known as the Steve Esty Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2011, the Election Act, respecting enhancing incurred in the relation to a disability.
Bill 500, an act to amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2011, the Elections Act, respecting expenses incurred in relation to a disability.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction prior to tabling the bill.
Please do.
From Basic Income Nova Scotia, in our gallery today, we have Mandy K. Rainingbird and Pierre Stevens. I ask them to stand and get the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill, an act respecting the feasibility of creating a basic income program.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Feasibility of Creating a Basic Income Program.
Bill 501, an act respecting the feasibility of creating a basic income program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Notice of motion, sir. Notices of motions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Food Banks Canada's annual poverty report card showed that Nova Scotia has the highest poverty rate among all provinces at 13.1%, 1.5 percentage points higher than the second highest province. And whereas Nova Scotia's year-on-year increase of people living below the poverty line at more than 4 percentage points is the largest such annual increase of any province in the country. And whereas the poverty rate for seniors in Nova Scotia is especially high, 6% as opposed to a Canadian average of 4.7%, with the poverty rate among seniors living alone at 13% in Nova Scotia, more than doubling the figure for other seniors in the province. Therefore, be it resolved that this House instructs its Standing Committee on Community Services on an urgent basis to examine the government's role in Nova Scotia's having the highest poverty rate among all provinces, and to bring forward recommendations that establish measures to effectively and immediately bring about significant reductions in poverty rates for the people of Nova Scotia, particularly seniors. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, the Speaker's gallery, we have members of the Cole Harbour Rockets. We have Robin Vino, Laverne Withers, Isaac Skeet, Laura Bryan, and I'd ask them all to please rise and accept the warm welcome of the House of Assembly.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming. Enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the exceptional work being done by the Cole Harbour Rockets. Robin Vino has created an exceptional basketball association built on skill development, inclusivity, fairness, and community involvement. The Cole Harbour Rockets are fortunate to have dedicated parents and first-time coaches who bring their passion for basketball into every practice and game. With the help and support of Jason Shepard, tech coordinator and head coach for the U16, U18 girls team, and Michael Adderson, head coach for the U12 boys team, the Cole Harbour Rockets are very well respected and loved in our community of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and I've certainly had many students over the years participate in this program. Madam Speaker, I am honored to recognize the Cole Harbour Rockets Association here today in the Nova Scotia Legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Queens.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent of the House. We have a lot of guests here today, and I know this is the last day, so many want to make introductions. So if we could extend daily routine for 15 minutes to allow for that, that would be great.
There has been a request to extend daily routine 15 minutes. If all those agree, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. So be. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make some introductions relative to my member statement.
Please do. Hold on. Order. Order. Quiet, please. There's a member speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Today we are joined in the West Gallery by many members of St. Mary's University's Enactus team. I'm going to say names. I'll invite you to rise and receive the welcome of the House. Brennan Daly, Paige Bigelow, Gabriel Martin, Anissa Hussain, Brennan Daly, Gabriel Martin, Mary McLeod, Vaishali Sachdeva, Lydia Lee, Mohammed Rashid Khan, Maya Campbell, Rebecca Sullivan, Courtney Dingle, Hannah Sakaki, and sorry, there's some repeats here, John Zell, Robichaud Lord, Olivia Sanson, Maya McDonald, and David Campbell. I think that's the whole group. Welcome to the House.
Well, Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the achievement of 27 student leaders of the St. Mary's University Enactus team, who in May of this year competed in and won the Enactus National Championship. Enactus is a student leadership organization that approaches environmental, social, and economic efforts through entrepreneurial action. With their win, St. Mary's Enactus team will represent Canada on the global stage, competing against 33 other countries at the Enactus World Cup from October 2nd to 4th in Astana, Kazakhstan. This is the first time the St. Mary's team has taken the top prize after placing in the top 4 in the national championships 11 of the last 13 years. Their success stems from their commitment to fostering positive change through their work with such projects such as Plastic Starch and Square Roots. The students on the SMU Enactus team come from around the world, including Canada, the United Kingdom, Brazil, India, Pakistan, Taiwan, Bangladesh, Palestine, Nepal, and Zimbabwe. Speaker, I ask that everyone in the House join me in congratulating the St. Mary's University Enactus team on their national win and wish them luck as they head to Kazakhstan to represent Canada this fall.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the East Gallery, I'd like to introduce my former CA, good friend, Cody Dion, who has successfully moved on from my office. I think that's probably a good thing for her and a bad thing for us. I just ask that everybody give her a warm welcome and a round of applause. Thank you.
No. Oh. I recognize the honourable member for West Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my member statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, today we have members joining us from Avon 4-H Club. And I'd ask that each of them rise as I say their name. Gretchen Archibald, Avon Senior Ambassador, Ben Shepanowski, Club Vice President Riley Womble, Avon Junior Ambassador, Alina Van Kippersluis, Avon Junior Ambassador, the General Leader, Justin Jameson, and also joining us are Ben's parents, Pat and John Shepanowski, who are leaders in the club as well. And I would ask that you accept, everybody give them a warm welcome to the house.
Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, on July 22nd, 2023, Avon 4-H Club celebrated their 100th anniversary during the club's annual Achievement Day. Under the strong and consistent guidance of General Leaders Justin Jameson, Bailey Burgess, and Cynthia Dewey, the Avon 4-H Club can boast that it has grown to over 70 members and counting. Madam Speaker, 4-H plays a pivotal role in shaping our youth of today into leaders of tomorrow. I'm a huge supporter of their program and have had the pleasure of attending many of their events. Not only am I blown away by their projects, but also their public speaking abilities, showmanship, tug-of-war accomplishments, and overall knowledge of agriculture, sciences, trades, cooking, and so much more. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating Avon 4-H Club in this incredible milestone and wish them much success and a ton of Hants County fun for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I want to take the opportunity to wish you an early happy birthday in case I don't get a chance to do that before the day is done.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. This has been 20 years now. I've been turning 28, so I'm excited.
I mean, hold on. It's a good age. It's a good number to hold on to.
That's right.
I beg leave for an introduction, please.
Please do.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in your gallery, we're joined today by an amazing Fairview resident, Allison Mackenzie Power. I'd ask her to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. We welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allison is a dedicated volunteer with Calvin Presbyterian Church. She's actually come and presented on behalf of food security issues to the legislature before, and her family does an awesome Christmas display at the top of Frederick Avenue every year. So she brings a lot of joy. Madam Speaker, today I am proud to stand and recognize Alison Mackenzie Power for her service and dedication to our community through her role as the Mission and Outreach Team Lead for Calvin Presbyterian Church. Alison orchestrates the vital breakfast program, which supports numerous families every single week, and recently celebrated the 3rd anniversary of the Calvin Food Cupboard. This initiative has become increasingly crucial with the demand growing year over year due to rising costs. In addition to her dedicated community service, Alison brings joy and magic to our community. Last Christmas, she created a winter wonderland at the top of Frederick Avenue, complete with a light show synchronized to music that spectators could tune into via their radios. This festive display brought delight to both young and the young at heart, lighting up our community in more ways than one. Alison's continued efforts to support those in need and to spread happiness throughout the year are appreciated by so many. We're grateful to have such a dedicated and caring individual in our midst, continuously working to make a difference in the lives of many. Madam Speaker, please join me in expressing my heartfelt thanks to Alison Mackenzie Power for her continuous commitment to our community. Her contributions not only meet the immediate needs of families, but also enrich the spirit of our entire community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction, please?
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where today we are joined by Amanda Crawley and Pamela Martell from the Demetrius Lane Tenants Residents Association. I know Amanda and Pamela very well from attending many meetings and events at Demetrius Lane, and I would like the House to join me in welcoming them here.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Pamela Martell has been involved in the Demetrius Lane Tenants Association for the past 10 years. As a youth leader, Pamela has organized the Tenants Association's annual community cleanup and helped with the celebration of their community garden. Pamela also worked with Demetrius Lane youth to plant seeds and transplants, creating a beautiful, vibrant garden and outdoor classroom. Last year, that garden supported over 30 families. In her role as youth leader, Pamela assisted in planning weekly arts programs, outdoor games, crafts, garden activities, and chaperoned on off-site day trips. According to Amanda Crawley of the Tenants Association, Pamela has been an incredible volunteer, shown great leadership skills, and been a great role model for youth, and I have witnessed that as well. I ask the House to join me in celebrating Pamela Martell and thanking her for her leadership in the Demetrius Lane community.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all the folks who helped make this legislature run smoothly. The team right here in the historic building, Sergeant-at-Arms, the clerks, the pages, the Ledge TV, they've always been very fantastic to work with. I must say a thank you to everyone who works behind the scenes as well to make sure that we're organized and looking and sounding our best. Our staff are always available to help when we need assistance, and they ensure we are well prepared as we enter this chamber. Our constituency assistants, they keep us informed about important issues at home so that we don't have to worry about them here. Madam Speaker, we MLAs are only a part of what makes this House of Assembly work. And I ask each of you to join me as we say thank you to everyone for their assistance during this session. They are all very invaluable to us. Thank you all.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as was previously said, today I would like to stand as we come to a close, obviously, to another legislative sitting and take a bit more time to express our deepest gratitude to the incredible team that works tirelessly behind the scenes, making everything run like clockwork, including yourself, Madam Speaker, with clockwork. First, a huge thank you to the Legislative Television Broadcast and Recording Services for their seamless streaming services. Your efforts ensure that Nova Scotians remain connected and engaged with our proceedings. To the Sergeant of Arms, the Commissionaires and Halifax Regional Police, we extend our sincere appreciation for your unwavering commitment to our safety throughout this sitting. To the clerks, pages, and the entire House of Assembly operations team, thank you. Thank you for your meticulous attention to detail, ensuring the legislative process flows smoothly and that all members are well informed at every step. A special mention must go to the incredible team in the Legislative Library. Your research skills, readiness to assist at a moment's notice, and wealth of knowledge are nothing short of commendable. To the media, thank you for the role you play in keeping us on our toes. Your dedication to transparency and accountability is vital to the strength of our democracy. And lastly, but certainly not least, I want to acknowledge the hardworking individuals in all our caucus offices and our staff back home. The countless hours of preparation you put in are never overlooked. And to all the families holding the fort, including my husband, Jim, while we're here, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything you do to make it all possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you very much. Again, like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we are joined by Sarah Mulla, and I'm going to give a member statement about her now. So please, Sarah, stand up and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this past July, I was in the audience to witness Dartmouth North resident Sarah Mulla receive the Carn Nichols Passion and Purpose Award from the McPhee Centre for Creative Learning. Sarah graduated from Woodlawn High School, where she was involved in extracurricular activities such as the Yearbook Committee, Biomaking Club, and Book Club. At McPhee Centre, Sarah has been involved in many programs over the years, including their inaugural fashion hacking program, which sounds super cool. On top of it all, Sarah has been an after-school STEAM mentor through Brilliant Labs, a youth volunteer at Halifax Public Libraries, and has worked with groups like the Low Entropy Foundation and Operation Smile Canada. This fall, Sarah embarked on what I know will be a bright future when she started Applied Human Nutrition at Mount St. Vincent. I ask this House to join me in celebrating Sarah Mulla for all she has and all that she will, no doubt, accomplish. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, today in the East Gallery, my constituency assistant and friend, Regan Oliver, is joining us today, as well as his very patient wife, Jennifer. It's Jen's first time, actually, in the House today, so I would like to welcome them and ask all the members of the House to please give them a warm welcome today.
Welcome to the House. I hope you enjoy your time here.
Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 80 years ago today, Anna McDaniel Johns and her husband Hartford Johns celebrated the birth of their first child, James Harris Johns. This bouncing baby boy would eventually grow up, marry his high school sweetheart, Marjorie Lyons, and together they would have 3 children, the oldest of which is me. Speaker, today my father, Jim Johns, is celebrating his 80th birthday, and I want to take an opportunity in the House to wish him a happy milestone birthday and to thank Dad for everything he and my mother have done to support myself and my 2 girls over the years. Not only am I thankful and fortunate to have both of my parents still living, but I'm also thankful that Jim has been my dad. I ask all the members of the House in joining me today and extending a very happy birthday to my father on his 80th birthday. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction prior to my member statement.
Please do.
Joining us today in the Speaker's Gallery is Boma Enenji. Boma moved to Nova Scotia from West Africa 7 years ago and resides in Portland Hills, Dartmouth. I ask Boma to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I would like to welcome and introduce Boma Nenanji. Boma is a resident of Portland Hills, Dartmouth, and a space planner with the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Boma has been at the forefront of significant healthcare projects, including the planning and implementation of the Care Coordination Centre in the Central Zone, the expansion of patient beds at the QE2, the strategic planning efforts to address displacements caused by the Halifax Infirmary expansion. In addition to his work in architecture, Boma is a talented visual artist, actively involved in the community art initiatives. His work has been exhibited locally and internationally, and his murals, such as the one at the Halifax Shopping Centre celebrating African heritage, have left a lasting impact on public spaces. Boma's dedication to both his professional and artistic pursuits continue to enrich the lives of Nova Scotians, and I encourage everyone to celebrate his contributions to our community. I ask all members of the legislature to please join me in congratulating Boma Nananji on his accomplishments and contributions. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the honourable member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Initial results from the research collaboration between Townhouse and CBU confirm what we already know. We are in a housing crisis. Housing affordability is in a crisis state and is even worse for renters in the secondary market, which is bad news for residents in the CBRM. In the survey, 64% of respondents are renting from the secondary market, which is not purposely built for renting, which is omitted from the CMHC's official numbers in CBRM, creating many issues for residents, including making them ineligible for a rent supplement and downplaying the cost of rent in the CBRM. 2/3 of respondents said they could not easily find alternative housing if they lost their home. Many of those who are suffering from poor housing conditions stated they are afraid to report concerns for evictions. I want to thank Townhouse and CBU for their work, and I encourage more residents to take the survey. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction. In the Speaker's gallery today is Ashley Grant, an award-winning business owner. Ashley, I would ask that you please rise and accept the warm welcome of the legislature.
Welcome, welcome, and we hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ashley Grant, an African Nova Scotian descendant of Africville, North Preston, and East Preston. Ashley is the proud owner of Need to Stretch Therapeutic Care, who in 2023 was voted platinum winner in the Best Massage category in the Halifax Community Votes Awards. Ashley is a certified yoga practitioner and a graduate of the Black Doula program, where she acts as an advocate and a source of support and comfort during pregnancy, labor, birth, and postpartum. In October 2019, Need to Stretch Therapeutic Care was opened in Cole Harbour. She is founding member of the Black Wellness Cooperative of Nova Scotia, formed in 2020, and is comprised of Black health and wellness professionals committed to providing their expertise and services to underrepresented communities. Through this work, Ashley promotes healthy living and well-being by conducting at no cost beginner yoga sessions to seniors in the Preston Township, and through events in collaboration with Africville Museum. I ask all members of the legislature to please join with me to congratulate Ashley on her accomplishments and awards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Chris Richards of Lake of the Woods and Veronica Stinson of Cambrians Cove and Hubli for their leadership to organize a joint community wildfire preparedness day through the support of Fire Smart Canada. Last year's devastating fires close by serves as a stark reminder of the impacts of climate change and working together to mitigate potential fire hazards. As we entered the peak season of wildfires and dry weather conditions, Chris and Veronica mobilized residents within their communities to remove the wildfire fuel, to reduce the risk of fire, and to take proactive initiatives to protecting lives and properties. With the use of a donated dump truck, they hauled away 3 loads of debris and another 18 loads with the use of utility trailers. Although this community event was a tremendous success, there's still a lot of work to do for these communities and many others throughout Timberlea Prospect that need emergency egress. This work will require the cooperation of the municipal and provincial governments, and I am committed to supporting our communities and working with both levels of government to achieve this endeavour. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Chris Richards and Veronica Sinston for their proactive fire prevention measures, neighbourhood beautification project, and excellent display of volunteerism and community spirit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Board of Directors at the Italian-Canadian Cultural Association of Nova Scotia and the Italian community for such a successful evening at the Festa Italiana. Last weekend, I was able to attend the event as a volunteer, helping out with greeting folks at the door to being promoted to the dessert table, where, let me tell you, all the action happens. I got to watch all the volunteers feed so many people, and then the chefs came and poured mounds and mounds of gnocchi, red, green, and white fluffy pillows. Oh my goodness, it was so delicious. Then they came to our table for dessert to end off the night, and I'm telling you, they were choosing from castoli, cannoli, tiramisu, costadas. I'm telling you, I took it all home. I had so much fun helping out. I came back on Saturday to eat and drink what I missed out on the night before. Saying all this, the Festa Italiana was a place to be for good food, drinks, and fun. I would like all members to join me in congratulating the ICCA of Nova Scotia and the Italian community for such a wonderful gathering and celebration of culture at the Festa Italiana.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Harvard-Bushy and District Volunteer Fire Department on their 50th year of serving our community. This past July, in celebration of their milestone anniversary, they held their first Fireman's Picnic. It was a day of events for everyone from children's activities, parade, dunk tank, barbecue, and celebration dance. Volunteer fire departments are often the heart of our communities and offer vital services. Their members are there for us when we're facing the worst scenarios imaginable, and they're also there for some of our best times. How many people do you know, Madam Speaker, who had their wedding reception at a fire hall? Whether it's responding to a house fire or providing a venue for events or fundraising or to engage with residents, our fire departments are crucial to all Nova Scotians. I ask that the House please join me in applause to congratulate Chief Roy McKinnon and the 17 volunteer firefighters from the Harvard-Bushy Volunteer and District Fire Department, as well as all who have served over the past 50 years. You are owed a debt of gratitude from all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park
West. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the staff at the Cashin Goodman Public Library and all personnel that were involved in the library's redevelopment project. The Cashin Goodman Library has been a fixture in Clayton Park West and a hub for community members for over the past two decades. And they recently reopened their doors to the public following remodeling. Madam Speaker, both the exterior and the interior of the library have been revamped, offering community members with a new, exciting experience that goes beyond what traditional libraries offer. The diversity of its book collection, programs offered, events, and use of space is strong reflection of the diversity of cultures in Clayton Park West. I know I am not the only one looking forward to using this new space. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in celebrating the reopening of the Cashin Goodman Library and to many more years of open doors to my community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw the attention of the House to an important report on the Nova Scotia economy released by the Canadian Centre recently for Policy Alternatives. The report, Atlantic Canadians Need a Raise, 1/3 of workers earn less than $20 an hour, shows that 154,825 people in Nova Scotia earn below $20 an hour, which is 35% of the workforce, the highest percentage in the Maritimes. Strikingly, 65% of those making less than $20 an hour are in full-time jobs. 56% are women. The report draws attention to the discrepancy between a living wage and Nova Scotia's current minimum wage of $15.20, the lowest in the Atlantic region and the lowest in Canada after Saskatchewan and Alberta. This important report deserves the attention of every MLA in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I have a copy for each MLA with me, and with your permission, I will ask the pages now to distribute them to the House.
Please do. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery is, I would say, my second wife. She's the, well, I should explain this. Jeez. All right, that did not come across right.
Order.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Okay, don't clip that, okay? Madam Speaker, what I mean to say is someone that I really come to respect, my constituency assistant. She serves the people of Kings West with amazing loyalty and dedication. She does great things, and they say one of the best things, the best decisions we can make as a new MLA is who we choose as our constituency assistant. And I'm very honored that Susie accepted my request to be my constituency assistant. So I'd like to ask all members to please recognize my constituency assistant and great worker for Kings West, Susie Bond. Thank you, Susie, for coming today.
Way to sneak that introduction in, honourable member. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Tyler Matcham, a 20-year-old rugby player from Pictou County. Tyler began his rugby journey at the age of 14, helping his high school win a provincial championship. Upon graduation, Tyler moved to BC to play for the Pacific Pride development team. This past Saturday, the prop from Pictou County made his first career appearance for Team Canada. Tyler went on the pitch halfway through the second half as we played Tonga at the Pacific World Cup in Tokyo. Although Canada fell to Tonga 30-17, it was a huge win for rugby in Pictou West and in Nova Scotia. Tyler, we are proud of your sporting achievements, but we are even more proud of your humbleness and your work ethic. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to please join me in wishing Tyler Matcham the best of luck as he continues on his promising rugby career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place because many of us will reoffer, but we also know that there are some members in here that have announced that they will not seek re-election, and I rise in my place to recognize them. I've been here now almost 10 years, and you build personal relationships with members in the House here from all political parties, no matter where you represent. I rise in my place because the members, whether they're with the NDP, the government, or our caucus, have spent a big part of their careers representing their communities and really supporting the residents in which they were given the honor to represent. So as a young guy who came in here, you learn a lot from all of them in some way, and you take a story back and an experience back in your conversations and the friendships that you build. So I don't know what's going to happen to the rest of us, Madam Speaker, but to those members, congratulations on a wonderful political career, and thanks for teaching a young guy a thing or two.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On what I think is the last day of this session, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of the staff here in the House, but also all of the staff back in our constituency offices, our families, our kids, our friends who hopefully are still our friends at the end of all of this, our caucus staffs, and I want to thank all of you, my colleagues, and in particular, I know the Speaker mentioned this before the doors opened, but I do want to give a special thanks to our Minister of Health, who has done double duty as the health officer for this building in this session when we've had 3 scary and unfortunate situations with staff needing medical attention. So a huge thanks to everyone who makes this House go, and thanks to you, to the member, for her dedication.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Canada Day celebrations in Weymouth and to thank everyone who make this event possible year after year. Each year on July 1st, community members and visitors gather to celebrate Canada's birthday. However, this year was a big one. It was their 75th anniversary, and the residents of Weymouth sure knew how to commemorate the special occasion. From 7 a.m. until dark, the village of Weymouth was filled with special events, vendors, games, a parade, fireworks, and so much more. I am so fortunate that I was able to spend my Canada Day with the residents of Weymouth. It's amazing to see volunteers pull together to host events like the Canada Day celebration in Weymouth and keep traditions going. I'd like to thank the organizers, volunteers, vendors, and the Village Commission and everyone who played a part in making Canada Day in Weymouth happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak on my friend Jerry White, who passed away a few days ago. My colleagues have expressed their condolences as well, but I would like to add remembrances and a personal story. Jerry had a storied career serving with the RCMP and the Royal Canadian Navy, which took him all over Canada and the world. I was particularly touched by his story about serving in Cambodia on a UN mission. He, his colleagues, brought toys, medicine, and food, and necessities. He played "You Are My Sunshine" on his harmonica to let the fearful children know they were there to help and be friendly. This kind of kindness and sensitivity were hallmarks of Jerry's personality, along with his love of a good joke. In early 2000s, I met Jerry when he was here singing at the Mass Choir, and he helped my mother through her health failing at that time. He was a very good person. I asked my colleagues to join me in sending our best wishes to his beloved Jane, their daughter Linda, and his grandchildren. May his memory be a blessing. May you have fair winds and following seas, my friend. Thank you to Jerry.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honour our MLA colleague and friend, MLA for Bedford, my now seatmate. We don't know if we'll see this MLA back here in the House, depending on if there's an election call or not, but she has made it clear that she is not reoffering. And today I want to honor her, woman to woman. She has served our province and the people of Bedford with integrity and class. She was first elected in 2009, then 2013, then 2017, and then again 2021. She has served this province as Deputy Premier, Minister of Community Services, Minister of Seniors, Minister responsible for Advisory Council and Status of Women, Minister of Labour and Advanced Education, and Minister of Youth. As Status of Woman, I remember when she held a nonpartisan dinner. It was amazing. And as a woman here in this chamber, I want to personally thank her for standing up for me when she did not have to, when no one had to, but she chose to stand and speak. And it matters. When you're in a position like mine, Madam Speaker, you really get to see the character of people. And today I want to personally thank her for her service to our province, for being a woman of integrity, and I wish her all the well and spend an amazing time with your grandbaby and with your family. Wishing her all the best.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with a special birthday wish for a longtime resident of Hubbard's, Maxine Victoria Schwartz, who will be turning 95 on September 26. Maxine has worn many hats over the years, including as a longtime business owner. Alongside her husband, John, they built and ran Scotty's Esso and Scotty's Restaurant from 1959 to the mid-1980s, becoming famous for their lobster sandwiches. Outside of business, Maxine is a phenomenal grandmother to 5 and great-grandmother to 1. Her eldest granddaughter, Jennifer, shares that she made every holiday magical and is known around the community for her holiday spirit. She has also shared her love for travel and shopping, or in legislative speak, supporting the local economy at any and every chance she got, inspiring a zest for life and adventure among all those who cross her path. May we all seek to love and adventure and those around us the way the soon-to-be 95-year-old Maxine does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Madam Speaker, the Wedgeport Tuna Tournament Festival celebrated its 20th anniversary this year, and I rise today to recognize its past and present organizers and volunteers. From 1935 to the mid-1960s, Wedgeport was known as the sport tuna fishing capital of the world. The abundance of feed in the area made for perfect tuna fishing grounds. In 1976, the original tournament, the International Tuna Cup match, ended due to a lack of fish. The tournament started again in 2004 and continues to grow each year. A total of 20 boats participated this year. While the competition at sea takes place on land, there are different activities for all ages. Congratulations to this year's winning crew aboard the Sea Devil, who landed a 666-pound bluefin and 1,251 pounds in overall weight of tuna. Madam Speaker, I would ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking the many volunteers and organizers over the years who have contributed to the festival's success, and wish them many more successful tournaments in the future. Thank you very much.
The time has expired for statements by members. Orders of the day, oral questions put by members to the minister. The time is now 10:15. We will finish at 11:05. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this has been an extremely uninspiring session where we have not had legislation that attack the true issues that matter. It seems the number one reason the Premier brought us in here was simply to level attacks against the federal government. I want to ask him about his rent cap, though. It is the highest in the country. You look at any other province that has initiated one of these, PEI is 3%, Ontario is 2.5%, BC is 3.5%, Nova Scotia has the highest on top of having the highest rental increases in the country, over 30% since the Premier took office. My question to him is, how is he going to blame his own regulation on the federal government?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
I'm not really sure what's
just before I recognize the honourable Premier, I will let the members know that the honourable leader will be standing for question period, for most of question period, due to an injury. The Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care offered you physio after QP. I recognize the honourable Premier.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, we know the solution to the housing crisis is more housing. That's why we've tabled legislation to remove red tape, get that red tape out of the way, so more housing could be built. The members opposite, they fought against that the legislation and voted against it. We know the members opposite have stood beside groups that were trying to block development from happening, but we know that also that when those developments go through, new houses are built. Housing starts are up. There's more housing coming. We know the solution is housing.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition with his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, we're talking specifically about a regulation that the Premier brought in through cabinet control. We have the highest rental cap in the country, on top of having the highest rental increases. The Premier talks about housing starts. Housing per capita is in free fall. We have a vacancy rate near zero. My question to the Premier is, how did he come up with this number, and why hasn't he brought in legislation to ensure that tenants are protected during this very difficult time for tenants and landlords?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the cap does protect offers some protection to tenants. Some of the stuff that's before the legislature right now is to protect tenants, to kind of level the field. But we know that, look, big changes take time. Big changes take time, Madam Speaker. We're working at it. We're committed to doing the work. We will get there. Our plan is working. There's more housing starts. There's more housing. We know there's more to do, but we're committed to rolling up our sleeves and doing the hard work, and that's what we've been doing for 3 years, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition with his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, coming into a legislative session for 10 days without any real pieces of legislation that are going to help deal with the biggest issues that people are dealing with this housing crisis, with health care, with the affordability crisis, is not rolling up your sleeves, Madam Speaker. And every single day this week, instead of answering these serious questions, the Premier has deflected and taken the chance to attack the federal government, who, by the way, isn't elected into this chamber. My question is, looking at the housing facts according to his own government, less housing per capita, rents going up higher in Nova Scotia than anywhere else in the country. What is this Premier going to do to protect people who are dealing with these high inflationary costs of housing?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, and look, in this session, we've debated bills that will help workers. We've debated bills that will create the conditions for more job growth, especially in rural areas. We've debated federal-provincial relationships, and every time we've stood for Nova Scotians when those relationships come to the top, and the members opposite stand with the Liberals. But we've debated federal-provincial relationships. We've debated immigration. I think all those things matter, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing. We know there's more work to be done, but we are committed to moving this province forward. We just ask the members opposite to stand with Nova Scotians and help us do that.
I recognize the honourable leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to tell the Premier about Erin Vasseur, who has spent recent years in a state of fear, unsure whether her landlords would renew her fixed-term lease. Last year they renewed, but this new lease came in at 33% higher, and now her landlords are selling the building with its undervalued rents as a major selling point. Faced with losing her home, Erin says she now may have to leave Nova Scotia entirely. The Premier likes to say that he stands up for Nova Scotians, but how is he standing up for Erin? Not in the future, but right now.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know the solution to the housing crisis is more housing. That's why we're moving forward with housing construction. Housing construction starts are up. That's why we did something like the MOUSE program, the More Opportunities for Skilled Trades, so we can have the people in the workforce to help build those homes. We know none of these things, we didn't break these things overnight. We're working hard to fix them, Madam Speaker. But the Liberals and the NDP, their record on housing is very clear. When the NDP was in government, and certainly those years under the Liberals, no money, no investment, no action, and even now today they stand shoulder to shoulder with those that are trying to block developments. The solution to this problem is more housing, and the members opposite can get on board with helping us get that done.
I recognize the honourable leader of the NDP with her first supplementary.
The Premier relies on his reinterpretation of the past and his casting forward to a beautiful future, and I am asking a question about the present. Erin is not alone in her struggle. Ian Henderson, another renter in our province, was forced to accept an illegal rent increase with 3 days' notice. Why? Because his landlord told him he'd be evicted if he didn't accept it. Now, Ian knows the rules, but he's afraid that if he reports significant maintenance issues to the tenancy board, his landlord won't just threaten eviction, but will end his lease before the board can do anything. In Ian's words, if we complain or request too much maintenance, we get kicked out. Will the Premier stand up for Ian today?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you. There is a process in place, and I encourage all Nova Scotians who feel they're in a situation where that process is necessary, that they should apply to that process. It's there, it works. We'll continue to work on that. But if we step back, we need more housing in this province. That's why we're removing barriers to the construction of housing. That's why there's more houses being built right now than any time in the past decade. That's why we will continue to support those who want to help build a better Nova Scotia. There's a good future in this province. There are issues today, but we're working through them. There's the opportunities for the members opposite to get on board and support Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable leader for the NDP with her final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While we build housing, we need to protect the 300,000 Nova Scotians who are renters. Kelsey Bennett signed a fixed-term lease for her current apartment in 2021 with the promise that after the first year it could transition into a periodic lease. But despite multiple requests and 3 lease renewals, she is still on a fixed-term lease. Earlier this spring, she learned that her neighbors' fixed-term leases were not being renewed because their landlord can charge new tenants so much more. According to Kelsey, I now face the same anxiety, wondering if I will be forced out when my lease ends. Will the Premier stand up for Kelsey, Ian, Aaron, and the hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians who rent their homes and fix this now?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the legislation that's being debated in this chamber right now with the rent cap, the extension of the rent cap and other modifications are meant to protect tenants, protect that relationship. And we'll continue to move those items forward, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, again, in responses to the opposition, we hear the Premier misdirect and blame others. And obviously that's motivated by winning the daily cut and thrust of politics. But there's more to politics than winning the headline every day, Madam Speaker. There's doing it with honesty, integrity, respect for the institution that we serve and the people that this institution serves. And that means answering questions honestly and straightforwardly. Renters and landlords are worried about this arbitrary rent cap, which is the highest in the country, and also according to those that own buildings, is not based on the economics of the situation. Where did this figure come from?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Madam Speaker, I'll remind members of the House that we do not believe in permanent rent control or a permanent rent cap. The fact is the solution to the housing crisis is more housing. We have an existing rent cap at 5%. We're extending that interim cap for another 2 years, Madam Speaker. As the Premier has indicated, as I've indicated in previous responses, the solution to the housing crisis is more supply. We're creating the environment to build more housing, where we have a housing plan that's working, Madam Speaker. Record starts. We're removing the provincial portion of the HST on new builds, Madam Speaker. That's moving in the right direction. We didn't break it, but we're certainly fixing it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with his final question.
Madam Speaker, we keep hearing the government is building more housing. They say they didn't create this problem. The fact is very different than that. This government has set the doubling population target. No other government did that. More people are being brought into the province at a time when housing starts are not keeping up with that growth. That is creating the zero vacancy rate. It's creating the scarcity of housing supply. It's driving up costs. It's the reason why homelessness has tripled over the last 3 years under this government, and they still can't take responsibility for it. What is the rationale during this precarious time to have the highest rent cap in the country? What's the reason? What are the economic factors that were looked at? We'd just like to have a simple answer to that, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Certainly, Madam Speaker, feedback that we've heard through law amendments, feedback that I've received through my department, through correspondence from, particularly the smaller landlords in this province who have expressed concerns with the rising cost of insurance, of property taxes, and other factors that are impacting the cost to operate their units. Madam Speaker, we need them to be part of the solution. We need them to keep their rental units. We cannot afford to lose units in today's market, Madam Speaker. So to insinuate that we're not taking responsibility is not true, Madam Speaker. We are investing in Nova Scotia. We are investing in housing. We're investing in affordable housing, investing in supportive housing, investing for the first time in public housing, investing in student housing, Madam Speaker, removing the provincial portion of the HST. I can go on. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. HRM recently hosted public engagement sessions to consider feedback on proposed development at Halifax Exhibition Lands. At least 300 people showed up with concerns, the biggest one being increased exponential traffic that over 5,000 units would bring to an already overburdened provincial road. I've written to the chair of the HRM Housing Task Force to, at minimum, don't speed up this process until a new entrance and exit is approved, as could be recommended by a pending traffic study. Since I don't have a response yet, I'll ask the Minister of Housing, will he commit to not interfering in the HRM process, at least before critical capital is approved, to find another way in and out on the Prospect Road, given that there has been 7 times that that road has been shut down in 2024.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question, and I think it, Madam Speaker, gives me the opportunity to talk about our special planning areas, which really have been a remarkable success. And we have said that there's no free pass. All the permitting, all the studies that are required will be done with those special planning areas, and they have they're a program really that has caught national attention, that has helped us to see development go forward in HRM, where we know how critically important it is. It's part of the reason why we can say that housing stats are up 25%, starts are up 25% this year, Madam Speaker. So the program has been successful. It's gotten the attention of the nation, and there's no free passes. The studies, the permitting, all have to still be done.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's the second time that the Minister hasn't committed to non-interfering in a process. And I am concerned because there is approvals that don't have secondary access through that program for egress for communities. And as I said, that road was shut down once in 2021, 4 times last year, 7 times already this year, and the year's not out yet, where people can't get out. I'll redirect to the Minister of Environment, who is responsible for stormwater and groundwater discharge. This is the secondary concern, given that the building is proposed on 3 wetlands. Given that we have shorter, higher intensity rainfalls, I'd ask the Minister of Environment, who is responsible for watercourses, what preventable control measures is the province insisting on, given that Penhorn Lake was impacted last year? How is he going to prevent that from happening?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the regulator, I want to take this opportunity to thank staff in our regional offices that are constantly monitoring the terms and conditions. All developers they require approvals. Certainly, when instances of discharge in lakes occurs, I know it can be alarming to residents. However, we've put in place stormwater engineers at our department to work with municipalities. I want to take this opportunity also, Madam Speaker, this is unprecedented growth that we're seeing in the province, and we have all the regulatory tools to ensure that we're developing Nova Scotia, building up Nova Scotia responsibly and sustainably. Building homes are not a threat to the environment. We can build up Nova Scotia responsibly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. ER times in the Cape Breton Regional Hospital are struggling to keep up with demand. Despite repeated promises of improvements in fixing healthcare, recent data from the Nova Scotia Health Department shows that emergency room wait times in the Cape Breton Regional Hospital are the highest in the province, with patients waiting up to 12 hours and beyond. My question to the Health Minister is, why are ER times so high in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So as we discussed yesterday, there are a number of factors. We work in healthcare as an entire system. So the things that we are doing to address the ER wait times are things like building an incredible number of long-term care beds. And certainly in the member's riding, we're anxiously anticipating the opening of the new redevelopment that will allow for more individuals to live in long-term care. We're looking at recruiting staff there. If you follow Nova Scotia Health's website, you'll see there's been a number of physicians who've been recruited to the area, both specialists and GPs. We're certainly investing in a cath lab. We're investing in a PET scanner. There's been a number of investments in Cape Breton Regional redevelopment, and we're very proud of that. We'll continue to work on the wait times.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, I'm so excited for all of the development that's happening in my riding and in Cape Breton, which was started by the previous government and is being finished up. And it's great. The additional investment on the PET scanner is fantastic. The additional cath lab, it's all good stuff. But what I'm specifically talking about is the ER. And I asked the same question in the fall sitting of the last legislature last year as to, and it was the same answer about long-term, but what can we do now, because wait times haven't improved, what can this government do now to improve wait times for the people of Cape Breton at Cape Breton Regional Hospital?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
We actually are seeing a reduction of wait times across this province. We are seeing that people are accessing with lower acuity triage scores. Those folks are coming away from the emergency room and they are getting access through primary care clinics in the community. They are getting them through the pharmacy clinics. They are getting that through urgent treatment centres. They are getting care through virtual care Nova Scotia. There's a number of things that are underway. This will take time. The time to invest in beds in this province was 10 years ago, and it was never done. And so here we are working as hard as we can to build as fast as we can. There are cranes in the sky in Cape Breton for the first time in many, many years because we are trying to build more capacity for all of the individuals. This will definitely take time, but these new facilities will create a wonderful work environment for new.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. Despite changes intended to reduce the number of travel nurses working in our province last December, it has been since reported that there have been no change to this number in the months after, and that last year our government spent $141 million for these services. I'll table that. So can the minister tell me how many travel nurses are currently working in our system, and is there a plan to further reduce the number?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we know that travel nurses are very expensive to the healthcare system in our province, but we also have to appreciate the work that they provide because they allow us to keep a variety of services open, and we are grateful that they are here. We have increased the number of seats that are available for our nursing students. We have offered every nursing student a job until 2026. We have given excellent bonuses, taken back a number of nurses back into the system, many of which are in hard-to-reach areas like intensive care and critical care. There have been a number of things. Our internationally educated nurses are coming online. We've been able to find capacity within the province. There is so much happening in order to change the nursing crisis.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is one simple idea that the minister has not mentioned. I've raised it several times, and that is to create a provincial travel nurse program to address staff shortages and vacancies in hard-to-fill areas. When asked this spring about such a program, the president of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union said, quote, "It's very doable. All it's going to take is for the unions and the employer to sit down and negotiate this. We just have to do it." I'll table that. So I asked the minister at that time, but we didn't get a clear answer if this was something on the department's radar, so I will ask again, will the minister commit to working with nurses to design this program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to assure the member that we're working with nurses every single day. We passed the Patient Access to Care Act, and with that alone, found 619 nurses in this province who were working below their scope of practice because there was never a common sense approach to credentialing. We know that there are many ways in which we're going to address the nursing crisis. The members opposite voted against the Patient Access to Care Act because they didn't feel that it was worthwhile. 619 nurses and thousands more had applied to registration. We are looking at every solution. We'll continue to do that, and we're grateful for the nurses in this province for the incredible care they provide to Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. The residents of Fairview Clayton Park were promised a new school to address the serious overcrowding in our existing facilities. But another school year has come, and we are already bursting at the seams in our schools. With the upcoming development at Seton Ridge, it's going to prove that our schools will be even more burdened. So the need is becoming more urgent. Minister, When will this government finally deliver? Oh, sorry, pardon me. Speaker, when will this government finally deliver on its promise to build the new school that my community urgently requires, and where exactly will it be located?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I've been asked a number of times about projects that are underway in the school system, and I can say, as I've done before, that we have a $1 billion capital plan, and numerous projects are proceeding across the province. As they are ready for announcing, I will be the most excited person to be able to do that, and I know communities are waiting anxiously for that. So I share their anxiety around that and their enthusiasm around that, and as soon as we can announce new projects, we will be. But Madam Speaker, education is about so much more than the walls around our students and staff. We are taking historic, game-changing action to improve the experience of education all across the province, not just with our capital plan, but with so many other things.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with all due respect, I don't need the minister to tell me about all of the other things that are important about education, but learning in an environment that is conducive to that is one of the most important things about education. In modules, in portables, these are not proper learning environments. Madam Speaker, at Lamarche and St. Thomas, there was a model that was used where the existing school was used and the green space was where a new school was built, and then upon that completion, the old school was demolished and a new green space was used. I'm curious simply why the minister hasn't looked at that as a particular model for the issues in Fairview Clayton Park.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we renovate and update the schools across the province with our increased investment in school repairs, as we add modulars, which are amazing, beautiful learning spaces that educators and students alike enjoy, as we build new schools, Madam Speaker, I am so proud to say that we are doing things that change the environment within those spaces. So, Madam Speaker, when that new school is available, that will be a school that has the benefit of a cell phone directive that removes the distraction of cell phones from classrooms, which, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition and then Minister of Education said he would not do, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, that school will also have the benefit of our historic school food program, which the member opposite from Sydney, member 2, called historic. Order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Well, I think you just did. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Public Works regarding the unfinished section of Highway 101 between Weymouth and Marshalltown. Many businesses use that section of road. A lot of seafood companies use that to access the Digby Ferry. Could the minister provide an update on the work happening on that section of road?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. I certainly am aware of the amount of traffic that travels through Highway 101, Marshalltown to Weymouth. I actually was down and had a meeting with with my honourable colleague from Digby Annapolis. We met with municipal officials, we met with some community members, and actually some fire department members that day, and they shared with me their trauma of attending accidents on that section of highway. What I can tell the member is that we are in the planning and preliminary design of an effort to preserve the corridor, and we certainly will continue to look at that corridor.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. I know she's well aware of the safety issues, and the reason I raise it here today is I hear it from my own constituents who use that road quite regularly. So I want to bring that to the Minister's attention to raise the importance of that section of road, and I hope to see construction begin at some point in the future. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to assure the member opposite, as Minister of Public Works, safety is top of priority for me when it comes to our roads. The last time a traffic study was done on that section of the highway was in 2015. So I have initiated a new traffic study that is in the process of being completed, and I expect that in fall of 2024.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, the pallet shelter project near the Canada Game Centre has raised concerns in my community, especially given the proximity to a high school and 3 athletic facilities nearby. Constituents have reached out worried about the lack of information. While I fully recognize the urgent need to address homelessness and provide support for those in need, it is equally important that the community is kept informed and involved. Will the Minister of Community Services explain why there has been so little communication about this project and what steps are being taken now to keep my community informed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the pallet shelters, particularly in this area, all 3 sports facilities were involved in this discussion. The truth of the matter is, when it comes to choosing these spaces, we leave that up to the municipalities. They know where this goes best. The local area councillor was involved in this at every step of the way. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the moment the local MLA and I had a moment to talk, I told her instantly, I can't say why the local councillor did not inform the local MLA, but what I can say is the moment that the member and I had a conversation, I told her.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I know why the councillors couldn't say anything, because it was in camera. You know, they were formed in camera and they were not allowed to speak up. It is unfortunate that it was done that way, and he knows that as well. And that minister knows that.
Order.
I'm sorry.
Through me to the minister. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, this project is about balancing the 2 critical needs, supporting those facing homelessness and addressing the community. Will the minister commit to meeting with me next Wednesday or before to discuss these issues in details and ensure we move forward in a way that is compassionate, transparent, and inclusive to everyone?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what wasn't in camera? The actual tour of a pallet facility that her councillors, HRM, the local area sports associations, everyone attended a couple of weeks ago, Madam Speaker. And what I will say is that there is some misinformation. I understand the trepidation and some of the fear that people have around these things. The truth is the one in Sackville, people are working. They're back to school. The people with complex, and I see the members shaking their heads, Madam Speaker. We have the facts, and facts don't lie, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker...
Order. Pretty chirpy. Please let the minister finish. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
And Madam Speaker, the truth is, individuals that are dealing with complex mental health and addiction issues, this is not the spot for them. We have other places for them. We want to make sure that everyone that's involved in these pallet shelters and the communities feel welcome.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. In a 2023 letter to this department, the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity's Advisory Council encouraged this government to take action to allow community benefit agreements through legislation. These agreements would allow our communities to negotiate things like affordable housing, employment, and environmental protection in development processes. My question is, does the minister support the use of these agreements to ensure our communities are able to participate fully in economic growth and prosperity?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank the member for the question.
Order. Hold on. There we go. Can we please start the clock again? Yeah. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly want to thank the member for the question and the community benefit program, we have received that request from HRM. That is under consideration. I just want to say that there's been a number of things we've done as a province, as a government, to enable the African Nova Scotian community, including the needs assessment, including considerable work in housing in Preston and in other areas. So I'm very proud of our record of working with the community. We will continue to do so, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect, I was asking the question to the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. But I mean, it's fitting that this question will come to the Minister of Housing, because it hasn't come to this floor yet in legislation. Over a year ago, the HRM mayor wrote to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, formally requesting legislative amendments to allow the municipality to develop, enter, and enforce community benefit agreements, noting that many of our historic African Nova Scotian communities are under severe development pressure, and that this province previously committed to ensuring these communities to survive. That request has gone unanswered. So has the minister advocated for her government colleagues to advance this legislation, and has the Minister of Housing put any legislation forward saying that that's what he wants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, again, I thank the member for the question, and certainly we're very aware of the advocacy of the community. The discussions and consideration of this are ongoing, and I'll go back to our record. We've done a needs assessment for the African Nova Scotian community across the province. We're working very hard. We've made historic investments in the community. We will continue to do so, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the pleasure yesterday of taking the Dartmouth Ferry to work here in Halifax. I had a funeral in the morning and was able to sail across the harbour to come to work, which was lovely. And recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with folks from Public Works. And I do want to thank the Minister for continuing that tradition, because I was able to ask them about the Bedford Ferry, and they told me they didn't know anything about it. It was with Build Nova Scotia. So I'm wondering if the Minister could give us an update on the status of the Bedford Ferry.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find that very odd that staff from Public Works would say they didn't know what was happening with the ferry, so I certainly will check into that. Everything continues to progress on the ferry, as we discussed in the House. We're really excited about this project. Tons of investment going into that ferry, and it's certainly going to be great to help with the reduction of the traffic congestion.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Yes, given that we have recently had an expert who has indicated that there's going to be gridlock in downtown Halifax, and many of us have experienced it lately, I know that when I come across the McDonald Bridge, I can spend 20 minutes trying. I could probably walk faster from the bottom of that, so that is a deep concern. But we don't have any information on what is that progress, so if the Minister could update us on that, and also give us an opening date for the Sackville-Bedford-Burnside bypass or connector, which was supposed to open last fall. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Burnside connector was delayed because of moving of ash trees and some extra environmental permitting that had to go through. We expect that Burnside connector to open late fall, which will be really great. As far as the Bedford Ferry continues, we're really excited to continue to work with the JRTA. Absolutely fabulous Crown Corporation that has been set up to study how we move traffic in and out, people and goods in and out of our city within that hour commute, and we look forward to their report that will come out at the end of November as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Local question. There's a beautiful trail in Sydney, the Baylard Nature Trail. It's built by hundreds of volunteers all over the community, from Sydney and beyond. And over the years, governments and whether you're politicians or staff looked at protecting that land to make sure that it continued to be a trail. We were in conversations with the Department of Natural Resources for years to do that, and I'm being told that it hasn't been finalized yet. So my question to the Minister of Natural Resources, can he give me an update on the status of the Bellard Trail?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. Obviously, I'd have to look into it to get the information about that specific trail, but it gives me an opportunity to highlight the many trails that we have all throughout the whole province and about protection, about different lands. My colleague in the Department of Environment, myself, are charged with looking at the list of the PAPA list from the 2013 list and advancing that forward. But what I can say to the members, please reach out after the House is done, and we'll certainly get you an update for that trail.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and ultimately that's all I can ask the Minister to do at this point. It's an important trail. As I said, hundreds of volunteers all over the Greater Sydney area built that trail themselves with a lot of love and support. There's a lot of local donors that provide support to that trail, and it's probably one of the biggest forested areas in Sydney. Some of the land was allocated for housing, and then the other piece is allocated for a trail that families all over Sydney use. So I guess if I was going to ask a question to the Minister at this point, could he give me an update as soon as possible, just so we can relay that and get the paperwork done and protect that trail for future generations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and thank the member for the follow-up. Look, trails are very important to us all. All of our constituencies have these. It's a great opportunity for our residents to get out and visitors to come and see a great part of our provinces. Trails in different areas offer different aspects and nature in different parts of the province. It's a great initiative, and look, over the next few months, maybe I might even get there on the trail to maybe different trails to advance some interest in our trail network as well, but we'll keep you posted.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. Nova Scotians are paying the highest taxes in all of Canada, and many Nova Scotians are struggling financially. People are contacting my office like never before. Working families, seniors who have worked their entire lives, young adults, persons with disabilities, and more. This government does have the power to make life more easier for Nova Scotians, and one such measure is increasing the basic personal tax exemption. We are the lowest in Canada, making us pay income taxes before anyone else. Madam Speaker, will the Minister of Finance help struggling Nova Scotians by making a commitment to increase basic personal tax exemption?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. Affordability is a big concern, and we know that taxes are a cost for people. What we have been focused on is, as you know, in the last budget, indexing of income tax brackets, which will start to benefit people, and the benefit to them will grow over time every year. I also want to mention something else that a lot of people don't know about, and that is with changes at the federal level around the guaranteed income supplement, anybody in this province who's in receipt of the guaranteed income supplement actually gets their provincial income taxes rebated up to $10,000. So with the changes at the federal level, I'll explain more.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, Nova Scotians are paying the highest taxes in all of Canada, and one of the areas that we're seeing increasing pressures is around property taxes. In Cumberland and throughout all of Nova Scotia, we've seen an influx of people moving here, which is positive, but it's increased housing prices, increasing market value assessments. For example, a new home for a nice young couple, starting family, maybe used to cost $150,000, now might be $300,000. And we all know once a house sells, the cap is removed, making home ownership nearly impossible for young adults in our communities. My question to the Minister of Finance, will he commit to working with the Housing Minister to work on a real solution to addressing the high property taxes in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, quickly to finish my last point, the changes at the federal level, continuing the policy of giving back those taxes for people who get the guaranteed income supplement. The dollar cost to the province is in the millions, but we're glad to do it because we know it helps. Quickly on property taxes, we do the assessments. The province does that. We have the property cap, which I realize works for a lot of people, but not everyone. But the actual tax rates, there's nothing stopping municipalities from lowering a tax rate if there's been a significant appreciation in the assessments, because they're getting a lot more revenue. If they choose, they could lower the rate a bit to help give some relief.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. Since 2021, when this government took office, the number of unhoused individuals receiving the reduced income assistance essentials rate has increased dramatically by 1,000. My question is to the Minister. Why are we seeing this alarming increase?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that the member table that information. What I will table is the Executive Director of AHANS, Michael Kaplan, who said, I think, just to pause, this government has made some of the most significant investments in generations in affordable housing and toward resolving homelessness. The challenge has been, after many years of relatively low and no investment, it's almost like we have to play catch-up. Madam Speaker, we are investing in every aspect of the housing market, whether it's transitional housing, whether it's shelters, whether it's permanent housing, which for the first time in my lifetime, public housing. Madam Speaker, I just ask that the member table that document and get on board.
Just a note, the document is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, they're investing in everything, potentially, it seems, but not in the income assistance essentials rate. Vince Calderhead, a Halifax-based human rights lawyer, has demonstrated that this $380 a monthly rate is in fact not enough to cover food, medications, and other basic goods. With the severe lack of affordable housing, people are staying in temporary shelters longer. This means individuals will be forced by this government to go without proper food and medications for extended periods of time. How does the minister expect people to afford to find housing, let alone other essentials, on this rate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Madam Speaker, I do find it strange that the member is talking about income assistance when she personally voted against indexing income assistance, Madam Speaker. And the reason why we index income assistance is because it rose less than 1% in 5 years under the NDP government. Madam Speaker, now that it's law, every government, every year has to index income assistance. That's a positive thing, and I don't know why they would vote against those things, Madam Speaker. The truth is housing starts, and the building of housing, we've heard it over and over and over saying that it's down. Don't believe me, CBC, more new homes being built in Nova Scotia this year than the first quarter since the 1940s. 1940s. There's more housing being built, there's transitional housing being built, and when transitional housing were being built in her community, she did not stand up for it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last June, 15 months ago, the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development announced that 4 new schools would be built in high-growth areas of HRM. I know that in my riding in Bedford, in Hammonds Plains, in Clayton Park, in Fairview, in Timberley, and Middle Sackville, everywhere on that side of the harbour in suburban Halifax, the schools are full or over capacity. I know the minister has said that she will be as excited as any of us when the announcement is made, but my question is, why has it taken 15 months to get essentially nowhere on this issue? What is the holdup?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I've been asked a number of times in this House about our capital plan and the building that we're doing. And Madam Speaker, I can say we understand that circumstances are different now in HRM and across the province. That is why we invested $50 million in a strategic land acquisition envelope for public works to secure land in the ever-increasingly difficult HRM where it is challenging to get land. So Madam Speaker, that process is underway, and I will be so excited to share news when we have more details around where those HRM schools are going. But Madam Speaker, I've been asked about capital on a regular basis. I haven't been asked about learning. And Madam Speaker, education is so much more than the walls that are around the students. And we are doing so many more things than just investing in capital.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's response, but it is difficult for students to learn when the school is so overcrowded that they have to have lunch at 10:30, or they can only go to the playground twice a week, or the washroom, it's difficult to get in there as well from the modulars, where we have 12 modulars, for example, at a school that just opened a year ago. So this is a problem. I understand the minister has mentioned land, and I appreciate that's an issue, but I'm also wondering, has the department received a recommendation from HRCE as to where these 4 new schools will go?
I recognize the honourable minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. When we are soon in a position to announce the locations of new schools, Madam Speaker, I am so thrilled that we will also be able to say to those students and families that those students will be in classrooms free from the distraction of cell phones, Madam Speaker, which is a game changer for learning. Madam Speaker, those students will have access to new approaches to literacy and math to support their learning. And Madam Speaker, those students will have access to an affordable lunch program for the first time ever, because Nova Scotia has invested to build a program that will deliver lunches to students across the province.
Order. We're almost through here. I recognize the honourable minister of Education.
Affordable for all, free for those who need it, fueling learning for our students, Madam Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you please call private and local bills for third reading.
Private and local bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable House Leader.
Would you please call Bill number 469, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund.
I gotta find it. Thank you. No. Bill number 469, an act to amend Chapter 81 of the Acts of 1876, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 469, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund, be read a third time.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Just would like to say about this bill, Madam Speaker, that the Hunter Fund has done so much for the halls and manses and sanctuaries of the rural church in Nova Scotia that it's a pleasure for our party to support the change in their governance which they have requested in this bill. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister, it will be to close debate and third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable colleague across the aisle from Halifax-Chebucto for his kind words. I was asked to present this bill, housekeeping amendment, and I move to close third reading of Bill 469, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill number 469, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund, an act to amend. Would all those in favour of the motion please signify by saying aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay? That motion carries.
Bill 469, an act to amend Chapter 81 of the Acts of 1876, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund.
Order that the bill do pass and the title is read by the clerk. Order that the bill is engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 487, King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Continuation Act.
Bill number 487, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Continuation Act. I recognize the Honourable Member, Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move that Bill 487, an act to continue King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre as a society under the Societies Act and to repeal Chapter 16 of the Acts of 1990, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Act, be read a third time.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I move to close debate on this bill, I would just like to take a minute and thank everybody who has been part of this bill and getting this to this point. I'd like to thank all members of the House for your cooperation in delivering for Kings County and the advocates that have been looking for this for many years. I would like to specifically thank the member for Kings North, who has worked in conversations with stakeholders for the last few years. And I'd like to thank the Minister of Community Services specifically and the Ministers for Service Nova Scotia for their contributions. Yes, indeed, you did well. So thank you to all members, and I'd like to specifically thank the member for Kings South, Mr. Speaker, and his cooperation on this bill. Like I said the other day, as a former member representing Kings Regional Rehab Centre, the member for Kings South, his cooperation in this bill was very key with all members of the House. So, and I'd like to specifically on the floor of the legislature, thank him for all his service to the people of the Annapolis Valley for all the years that he's given to the Annapolis Valley, Mr. Speaker. So I'd also like to thank just the people who came to speak at law amendments. Greg Barr from the Municipality of Kings, Phil Warren, the board chair for Kings Regional Rehab Centre, for their contribution at law amendments the other day. Thanks for all who spoke in this bill. And just last point I'll make, Mr. Speaker, and just was reminded over the last few years and how blessed I am to be in this government and work in this House, that when you have the right people at the right place at the right time, Mr. Speaker, you can get good things accomplished for your community. And I'm very pleased and honored to be with this group and getting this bill over the finish line for the people of Kings County. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill 487, third reading.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 487, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Continuation Act. Will all those in favour of the motion please signify by saying aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries.
Bill 487, an act to continue King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre as a society under the Societies Act and to repeal Chapter 16 of the Acts of 1990, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Act.
Order that that bill do pass and the title as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for third reading?
Public bills for third reading.
Would you please call Bill number 467, Interim Residential Rent Increase Cap Act and the Residential Tenancies Act?
Bill number 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act and the Residential Tenancies Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 467, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act and the Residential Tenancies Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, there are some philosophical differences about the solution to the housing crisis in this House and even outside of it too. But Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that Nova Scotians need more choices in their rental market and a higher vacancy rate that will slow rent increases and make it more affordable for all Nova Scotians. All of that, Mr. Speaker, means we need more housing supply. And that's why our government has a housing plan, and it's working. Housing starts are up, and our plan will create tens of thousands of new units. Some, even those in the opposition, like to suggest that none of the new units being built are affordable, but that's not true, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in affordable housing. We are investing in supportive housing. We are investing in student housing. And in the first time in my lifetime, and the Minister of Community Services noted it in his lifetime too, the first new public housing units in this province. We are creating the conditions needed for more construction by encouraging more students to go into the skilled trades, new incentives to mentor apprentices, bursaries, and tax support for young tradespeople through the More Opportunity for Skilled Trades program. Mr. Speaker, we're doing a lot to increase the housing supply, but while we do that, we need to protect Nova Scotians and balance the rights of tenants and landlords as the best we can. So we're continuing the rent cap, as we know. Mr. Speaker, we're also making changes to the Act to address tenant behavior, subletting, and eviction timelines. I know there's been some debate on the eviction timelines for rental arrears, Mr. Speaker, so I do want to provide a little bit more clarity and reassurance for members and Nova Scotians. I know that many people are worried about their housing situation, and some of them may not fully understand the changes that are being made. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia currently has the longest rental arrears eviction timelines in the country. And right now, landlords must wait 15 days after a tenant's rent is late to file an eviction notice. These changes mean they will be able to file an eviction notice 3 days after the rent is late. So if you don't pay your rent on the first day of the month, the landlord will have to wait the second, third, and fourth days and can serve the notice on the fifth. After that, Mr. Speaker, this is the part that some folks seem to misunderstand. Tenants who want to stay would have another 10 days to pay the rent or dispute the eviction notice with our residential tenancies program. And as I've said before, Mr. Speaker, once an application is filed to the program, it stops the clock. Do these changes mean a tenant would need to be out 3 days after the rent is late? Of course not, Mr. Speaker. So I know some Nova Scotians are struggling financially. We heard a great deal at law amendments about people who are struggling with increased costs, and I know that causes stress and worry. But we've also heard from landlords who say they'd rather keep a good tenant than lose them. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, tenants do have to pay their rent, and these amendments haven't changed that. If someone is a good, reliable tenant who has been paying their rent on time for years, many landlords will be willing to work with them to make payment arrangements. Mr. Speaker, we can't paint all landlords and all tenants with the same brush. There are landlords out there who might always be looking to raise the rent by a higher amount, but it's not all of them. And similarly, there are tenants out there deliberately not paying their rent. Mr. Speaker, we had one presenter at Law Amendments who was really worried that after a decade of paying rent mostly on time, that our landlord might use these provisions to try and evict her. I know there's lots of fear out there about the housing crisis, and I want to reassure tenants and everyone in this House that repeatedly paying rent late will be clarified in the regulations. This change isn't meant to evict good tenants who've paid the rent late once or twice over several years. Mr. Speaker, I've used the example of someone living near a drug dealer before, and let's try another one. A parent who with a young child living next to another tenant who might be hosting a lot of loud parties late into the night. Mr. Speaker, the family's right to enjoy their home in peace is being violated, but it's hard for the landlord to evict the partying tenant. And in that scenario, the family might feel that their only option is to move, but obviously that's a tall order in today's housing market. These changes clarify circumstances for when landlords can and can't end a tenancy so that they and their tenants and neighbors can continue to live in their homes with peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, we're also making a couple changes that, as one witness said, just make sense. This includes clarifying that tenants can't sublet their unit for more rent than they are currently paying and publishing director's orders in full or in part at our discretion. Mr. Speaker, we're also creating the common anniversary date for land lease communities to make landlord rules clear for all tenants in their community, and this will make it easier and clear for those tenants. Mr. Speaker, I know there's lots of people who are frustrated with or express frustrations with the residential tenancies program, but I want to remind everyone that it's there to help both tenants and landlords, and when you apply to the program, it works. Mr. Speaker, we've worked hard to get our wait times for a hearing down to 4 to 6 weeks. We've streamlined our process for getting a damage deposit back so it can be done without a hearing. And we're working hard to improve our systems and to triage emergency hearings. Mr. Speaker, we have dedicated staff who are there, ready to help, and want to help. Our staff help to mediate disputes between landlords and tenants, and after hearing, they issue orders to identify the next steps that need to be taken. Sometimes that can be real, measurable financial help for a tenant, such as a break on the rent if their repairs aren't being made, Mr. Speaker. So I want to reassure all Nova Scotians that the program's there. I want to thank the staff of the Residential Tenancies Program for their hard work that they do to support all Nova Scotians, the 300,000 tenants in this province and the 6,000 landlords in this province, understanding that the rental market is ever changing and will continue to address the changes as we move forward in the future. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the minister for those comments. It will come as no surprise, I think, to members of the House that I have serious concerns, reservations about this bill that I've mentioned before. But to me, if I could summarize my views on this bill in particular, I would say it's one step forward and 4 steps back when it comes to rental markets. So the step forward, I would say, if I want to start on the good side, is that the government has acknowledged that there is a need for a rent cap in Nova Scotia. We agree with that. I don't know why. That's my one step forward very quickly. But in terms of steps back, we agree there has to be a rent cap, but we don't know why it has to be 5%. We've given the minister and the premier endless opportunities to explain why it is 5%. We have not gotten any answer whatsoever. And even if it was an answer I totally disagreed with, I'd be happy just to have one. So at least I knew what I was dealing with. But evidently that's not going to happen, and that's disappointing, but I guess that's what the government wants to stand on, is 5% just because. The deadline, again, doesn't make sense. That's pretty obvious. No reason to just keep extending it for 2 years. It should be based on something more concrete, like the vacancy rate, which is what we've put forward as a party. Significantly, it's not just problems with what is in the bill that I have issues with, that our party has issues with, but what is not in the bill. So what is not in the bill is anything to do with enforcement, compliance and enforcement, which we have an expert report on suggesting we take that forward. The government's position is that it's not necessary, everything's working. The minister said, 2 minutes ago, when you apply to the program, it works. In some cases, yes, and in many cases, no. And I think that's why we need to have a compliance unit for egregious, repeat offenders. You could also have provisions in there showing landlords who have convictions under the Act, like they have in Ontario. So if you're a potential tenant, you kind of know what you're getting yourself into ahead of time. And if you see a landlord who has 3 convictions over the last 3 years, maybe you want to stay away. And that's a good thing for us to know. So no enforcement unit is a big miss. 5% is a number that is far too high. 2027 is an arbitrary deadline that makes no sense. We have no rental registry. Again, this is one that bothers me because it's a fairly, I think, should be uncontroversial, nonpartisan issue to collect data in the rental market so that we can all make better decisions, so that we don't have to stand here and talk about the epidemic of fixed-term leases without anything other than, anecdotes and reports and stories, which are valuable, but also don't give us the full, complete picture all the time. And that's a real shame, because in other areas of the government, like health, for example, there's a real emphasis on data, which I agree with. There should be data. The Minister of Health was talking about the importance of data the other day. I agree with her on that, and I wish the Minister of Service Nova Scotia would agree as well when it comes to 300,000 Nova Scotians who are renters. So there are some small pieces of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that I agree with, particularly the fact that a rent cap will continue for the next 2 years. But beyond that, there are major holes in this bill that the government has shown no interest in addressing anytime soon, and that is a real shame, not just for the 300,000 renters in Nova Scotia, but also for the landlords in Nova Scotia, because they're dealing with an uncertain system with decisions that are being made with no real justification, and that is the principal job of government. It's not just to make decisions, it's also to defend decisions, and this government does not do that very often. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax-Chiboucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the imminent passage of this bill into law, a number of very difficult things are about to become deeply entrenched in the life of the people of Nova Scotia. One, with this bill, the government is deeply entrenching the fixed-term lease system into residential tenancies in our province. That is, with this bill, fixed-term leases ought not any longer to be thought of as singularities or one-off abuses or anything of this sort. They have become the very system of landlord-tenant relations in our province. Landlords have been very candid in their appearances at standing committees of this House, most recently this week at the Law Amendments Committee, about how we got to this place and how this came about. First, they have explained fixed-term leases became used more broadly. More broadly, I mean than their obvious limited, on the face of it, purpose. They became used more broadly in response to the security of tenure provisions of the 2010 Residential Tenancies Act. Fixed-term leases allowed landlords to evade security of tenure by, in effect, having tenants take up residence on long-term probationary bases. Then, with the first rent cap in 2020, the practice became even more widespread as a way of generating a yearly supply of new tenants to whom the rent cap would not apply. Madam Speaker, by 2024, so widespread has this practice become of undermining security of tenure and undercutting the rent cap through fixed-term leases that tenants advocates now see very few forms of leases other than fixed-term leases, and 22% of those forced to live outside in our province identify either renovictions or evictions at the close of fixed-term leases as the reason why they lost their home. With this bill, what was once an occasional aberration has become deeply entrenched as the very system of residential tenancies in Nova Scotia. The result is that to rent your home in our province is now, across the board, to live standing on one foot, with your housing permanently under a question mark, with all the anxiety and all the uncertainty that that entails. That's one. Two, when members of the government vote for this third reading of this bill, they will, we should be very clear, be deeply entrenching the failure of the rent cap to actually cap the rent. Rent cap 3, the rent cap in place at the moment, can only be regarded as a complete failure. It has set rent legislatively at 5%, and rent has increased more than 3 times that, to 18% or a little better. And yet, in the context of this failure, every single one of the defining features of rent cap failure 3, the tying of the cap to tenancies rather than units, the exemption of certain forms of leases from the cap's provision, the lack of a system for deriving the percentage of the cap, every single one of the defining features of rent cap failure 3 is carried over here in this legislation, holus bolus, into this rent cap 4 that is before us. I can't think of any other instance where a public program has failed so completely as the 5% to 18% non-cap rent cap, and then at the conclusion of this failure has been adopted lock, stock, and barrel without reform, without adaptation of any kind as the successor program to itself. So the result can't be anything other than to deeply entrench, secondly, the present rent cap's failure. And 3, with the passage of this act, the government, make no mistake, will be deeply entrenching imbalance in landlord-tenant relations in Nova Scotia. An allowable annual rent increase that provides landlords at 5%, 2.5 times more than the rate of inflation. New rules reducing the time before rental arrears may lead to the initiating of processes for eviction from 15 days to 3. Eviction grounds expanded. Processes expedited. What was a system for incentivizing eviction in Rent Cap 3 is about to become a system for incentivizing and facilitating eviction in Rent Cap 4. This entrenches the imbalance of power between landlords and tenants at a whole new level. With this legislation, Madam Speaker, the landlord's party here has buttered both sides of the landlord's toast. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I rise on third reading of Bill 467 in response to changes being made in the Rent Cap and the Residential Tenancies Act. I want to preface my comments by stating that not all landlords are bad, but there are bad apples, Madam Speaker, that are running rucksack through our system. My community is experiencing a housing crisis. In Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, and across CBRM, many community members find it increasingly difficult to afford rent or find suitable and affordable rentals. This bill does nothing to protect renters in the CBRM. If passed, it will further price people out of their rental units due to the 5% rental cap, which, as my colleague said, is really an 18% non-cap increase, which is the highest in all of Canada. This increase could have been avoided if the PCs had brought in actual rent control. And where are these people to go? Some people in my community have been on the wait list for 4 years for housing. And the emergency wait list for those who are unhoused has been increasing every day. In this bill, the PCs had the opportunity to close the fixed-term lease loophole, which landlords use to increase rents on their units by evicting the current tenant. Again, when a community member from my riding or in the CBRM falls victim to this misuse of fixed-term leases, where will they go with high rents and vacancies so low? One of the few places renters and landlords agree is the need for a tenancy enforcement unit. It's a place where the renters and landlords agreed, and yet where is it? As the MLA for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, I've heard horror stories from renters about mold growing up the walls, holes in the ceilings, front doors being removed, power and water being shut off, and so much more. And it's not just one, it's many stories. I've also heard stories of tenants who have damaged property from landlords. They all agreed the regime we have for disputes has no teeth. In this bill, the PCs had the opportunity to bring in a tenancy enforcement unit, but have chosen to do nothing except evict tenants faster, adding to the growing number of community members in my area living rough. I cannot, in good conscience, support Bill 467, knowing it will harm Cape Bretoners and all Nova Scotians. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise just to share a few words of disagreement about this bill. Others have been far more eloquent and have argued a lot of the very specific points. I have to say that when this bill was tabled, I was actually quite shocked. I was quite shocked based on what I see happening in my riding, what I see happening in other ridings, the conversations I've been having with folks really since I've been elected, with seniors in my riding who find themselves on fixed-term leases and are being presented with impossible choices and having to leave their long-term homes, with seniors calling and saying that not only are they leaving their long-term home and their long-term apartment, but they're headed for the streets. You know, I know this from talking to students who are, you know, regularly asked to sign illegal leases, including fixed-term leases are not illegal, but also having parents as guarantors, international students facing different types of questions, all kinds of, you know, issues in a deeply unstable housing market. And so, I mean, honestly, I think I'm just a hopeful person, which is great. But I really thought that there would be legislation brought forward that actually attempted to fix the situation. And I literally couldn't believe that this is what this government brought forward. I think that some of the changes in terms of the eviction process, I mean, there is no balance. They're all focused on enabling landlords to have greater powers. You know, I immediately received dozens of emails from folks in the constituency, including from Katrina Allen, who then subsequently appeared at Law Amendments, because I said, you know, you should write and share some of your analysis with the committee. You should come present. And I think that she really walked through quite practically the challenges of having that initial 3-day period. So, you know, that having the current 15 days actually protects renters. And 15 days does not seem like a very long time for that process to start, but it protects renters by having multiple pay periods during a 30-day window, ensuring that, you know, unpaid leave off due to illness does not lead to eviction. It allows time if people are in fact laid off, or, you know, perhaps they have a seasonal position, a summer job. It allows them time to then look for their next work. And we know that many Nova Scotians live paycheck to paycheck, so these types of protections are really necessary. So, I mean, I'll table what Katarina had brought to Law Amendments, and I think it was really important consideration. And I can't remember if it was her or someone else who also mentioned even things like the federal government's Phoenix pay catastrophe. So being partnered to a federal public service manager, I can tell you that that situation actually was quite unreal, and people were without proper pay for months and months and months. And so we're, you know, remortgaging homes, borrowing money from wherever they could to stay in their homes. And again, if you were a renter who, like, is a federal government employee, so has a good, should have a stable work environment, you would have been really struggling in that case. And then I also just want to talk about this 5% cap. So first of all, it's a cap. It's not a system of supportive rent control like we have called for time and time again. And 5% is not tied to inflation. It's unfounded. You know, and, you know, I think I don't understand why there isn't a formula behind the 5%. And I mean, I just can't quite believe that there isn't a formula behind the 5%, but since one has not been provided, then I guess that's the case. And I wanted to just read a little from the emails that I have received, and I can table them, about what 5% means. So I'll quote from this one email. Anyone who thinks 5% a year for the next 4 years is a cap that's worth anything at all, they're crazy. That will put my rent up $400. My disability pension is not going to go up $400 a month, and I'm going to be homeless. I don't know what world the government is living in thinking people can afford 5% a year for 4 years. They're not helping us, they're hurting us. And let me read another excerpt. I also wanted to add from my personal perspective. I never expected, as a citizen of this great country of Canada, that I would have to choose between rent, medicine, and groceries like so many of my American friends. Yet here I am for the first time in my life deciding what to cut from my grocery list, so I have enough money to afford all my diabetes and blood pressure medication. I have no disposable income whatsoever to afford any mobility devices, and as a result, I don't leave my home. Another excerpt. My partner and I have been living in this apartment for 4 years. The rent has risen from $1,600 to $1,900 a month, an 18.5% increase without a single renovation. In those apartments of this building that have been vacated, the rents have risen from $1,600 to $2,600 a month, a 62.5% increase. So the rents rise and rise, but my pension doesn't. Oh, and the house that we were renting in 2020 for $800 a month is now renting for $2,500 a month, a 212% increase in the same time. And here somebody walks through their very specific situation. I am writing to express my concern about the 5% rent cap declared by the Nova Scotia government this week. Here is what a 5% increase over a period of 7 years actually means to someone like me. My rent has crept up to $2,213 a month over the last years. 5% is $116 a month in the first year, this year, which is an increase of $1,394 annually. 5% in the second year is an increase of $122 a month, or $1,463 annually, and so on for 5 more years. 5% in rent cap will mean an increase of $945.95 a month over 7 years for me. 5% rent cap means that in 7 years, I will be paying my landlord $11,350 more a year than I pay this year. I am a senior who lives mostly on a fixed, non-indexed pension income. 5% is much too high, even for retired teachers. So, as I said at the beginning, I was shocked, flabbergasted, I would say, that this is the response that was tabled to the growing housing crisis in Nova Scotia. It is deeply out of touch with the lived realities of Nova Scotians, and I know that it will have detrimental effects on folks in my riding. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister, my apologies. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there's a lot to say here, but I think we're all in the same breath here when we talk about why is this piece of legislation coming forward so quickly, but yet doesn't have the information in it that needs to protect all parties. So I'm just going to say that, we need to do better. We could be doing better for all Nova Scotians. This sitting, we've had one bill on the table on housing that will directly affect housing negatively. That in itself is absolutely disappointing. We have been asked to come back here and sit to be able to help Nova Scotians with legislation, through our legislation, and we are not helping Nova Scotians with the legislation put forward. So there's no bill on creating affordable housing other than by us on our side. No amendments to fix the loophole on fixed-term leases, which could have been added to this residential tenancies bill. No homelessness strategy. Legislation to create a plan to tackle this issue, which I think the minister is very well aware is about to explode. About to explode. We will pass this legislation, and we have already been feeling it in our offices on multiple occasions after the previous legislation was put forward with the 5% cap. Now we are going to be experiencing a number, an overload in a number of things that are going to be happening that I know the minister understands. So I just wanted to say that, we were in law amendments, and a number of people came, and a number of folks from all sides came and spoke about, the bill, and it wasn't in a positive way. So, I mean, if folks came in and said, we really think this is great, and, those are things to consider. But every person that came in there had an issue with the bill. An issue, whether it be on one clause or another. So, we, as the NDP, suggested to take this bill back to the department, have it looked at, go through some amendments, figure out how we can make this bill better, like we do often. And during law amendments, I was reassured by the member from Hants East that the time for amendments was during committee of the whole House. So, even though my motion was not passed, to be able to have this go back to the department, I felt like, you know what, maybe there's going to be an opportunity for us to bring forward some amendments on all sides. I was hoping to see some government amendments on all sides to be able to make sure that we are protecting Nova Scotians in the rental market. Well, you know, I want to say I appreciate all of those folks who came to law amendments, who poured their heart out, gave relevant data, spoke firmly about their personal experiences, and that with hopes that amendments would come forward in the committee of the whole House that would be reflective of what was said and presented. Amendments were presented by the opposition side, and I really feel like it could have helped the bill. It could have done some things to protect Nova Scotians because the rent cap is not rent control. And so it would have at least tried to balance it a bit more instead of the imbalance we have put forward today. So, yet to my surprise, none of our amendments were taken or even considered, even thought of. And yes, I did say 10 days because it is quite a quick rush through turnaround for all of these things. But I also wanted to point out to the fact that, you know, the minister says time and time again that the residential tenancies is working. They are, everything that is happening is doing great, and they're doing amazing work. And yes, the staff at the residential tenancies group or board or whatever you want to call it, RTA, they are doing an amazing job. They are doing their best with what they got put forward in front of them. And what we could have done is we could have, in agreement with all parties that was put here before, whether it was tenants or landlords and parties across the aisle, we said an enforcement branch was needed. And we all agreed that that was important. And the minister looked at us and said, there has to be a balance. We will consider that. We'll take a look at the report. And lo and behold, it was recommended. We all agree on that. I mean, I can say it on this end. We agree on that. And at some point, the government side agreed as well. So I'm confused as to why we don't have something in place to help those staff in residential tenancy to do the work that they need to do in an efficient, timely manner for folks of Nova Scotia. So I'm just going to use a small example because I know the minister talks about how using the residential tenancy, it works for landlords, it works for tenants, it's for everyone, and it's a balance. You know, the process works, because that's what we heard today. Well, in my community, there's a 73-year-old woman who is disabled, who can't read or write because of her disability, and she has a severe physical impairment, and she was given notice to quit in March. So processes were followed, absolutely. Walked them through the process, educated them on residential tenancy, went through to the hearings with them, did all of that stuff. And they were given a notice to quit at the end of March. And then, let's just put this in context. Right now, they pay a little bit over $1,200 for their apartment, but the landlord, in other accommodations next door to her, are paying $2,100. So, you know, this tenant has been there for multiple years. Like, she has, you know, tenure, right? And no problems, none that we know of. Apparently, you know, the landlord's putting a notice to quit. So, went through the process. Won the claim, and found out that, you know, the landlord was overcharging them because, you know, we do the research and all that stuff. The landlord was overcharging them illegally, and so they had to take the landlord to small claims court, which, you know, works out great. Then the landlord filed them again, another Form J, notice to quit, notice to quit. And they went through the hearing, and they found that the landlord was not in the proper means to do that stuff. And so, you know, they had a mediation. Things were working out great. The next day, the landlord filed another form and tried to push his way into her home to give them the paper, which caused this woman to have a stroke, which in turn had her hospitalized, and we had to work with this person to make sure that they made the hearing, that they were able to do this work that they needed to do. So when I hear the minister talk about the process works, it works when you have support. It works when you have people that know the process. It works when you have those. But there are a number of folks, I mean, I'm going to point to my colleague from Sable Island, who has a person that doesn't leave their home, that doesn't actually access all these supports. What do we do for those folks? if we had legislation in place that was able to protect landlords and tenants to be able to make sure that they have stable home, stable processes, then this wouldn't be happening. So I just want to say what I've heard from this government every time is that, you know, their housing plan is working, build faster. And the answer to the housing crisis is supply, which, you know, when we ask what's the timeline for this supply, when is this going to be built, it's just like that, crickets. Excuse after excuse, passing the buck, talking about the federal cousins, my car broke down, the dog ate the plan, you know, whatever that is, it's being thrown at us. No answers to Nova Scotians, no answers to questions. Because you know what? They know the plan, they got it together, process is working. What we haven't heard or seen yet is how this government is making lives better for Nova Scotians. Legislation can do that. That's why we come into the House to work. On the housing front, we see nothing. No units are ready for all those that are unhoused. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have shelters, we have pallet shelters, we have a number of things that are temporary, but we don't have any units, housing supply that is built today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. We have no timeline for that. So we know that the vacancy rate is 1%. That hasn't changed. And yet we are in year 3 of this term with this government, and all we hear are announcements. We have nonprofits building units for folks in record time. They got it together. They got it together. They need the funding, they can build it. And it can be ready for folks before the next season. So yet, this government with all the resources at its fingertips, and yet we have no idea when anything can be built or anything can be done. So we haven't even made a dent in the vacancy rate. So when we talk all about the supply, more homes, what we want is a stable housing market. And I'm still waiting for this government to make some bold moves to make Nova Scotians' lives better. So not worse at all. And this bill putting forward is not one that we're seeing any change other than in a negative way. So we need to do better for Nova Scotians across this province. They deserve it. And everybody who comes in and talks to us, comes to our office, comes in for law amendments, you know, they deserve to have an answer to a question about why their lives are the way that they are, why they're struggling. We've given suggestions, we've given feedback, we've given recommendations. There has been reports of recommendations. And yet, we don't see any of those things happening. So think about this today. I just want you guys to just keep your minds open. When we leave here today, think about those who are struggling to make ends meet. With rent rising, grocery bills up, healthcare needs, folks being evicted just before the winter. Think about it. Where is this legislation to help those folks in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the situation for renters in Dartmouth North, in HRM, and across the province is getting more and more dire. Rents are incredibly high. We're hearing about studio apartments going for $1,700. One bedrooms are over $2,000, and these are not luxury apartments. The fact is that most incomes are nowhere near adequate to pay these prices, and it results in people being evicted for non-payment or defaulting on their power bills or other loans, or not taking the medications they need, or not eating enough and getting sick, or experiencing crippling anxiety and fear about all or any of the above. Madam Speaker, people contact me every single day for help with housing. They can't afford where they're living. They're living with an abuser, and there's nowhere to escape to. Their landlord is moving into their unit, and they have to get out. Their power's been cut off. The list goes on and on. And let me be clear, these are not calls that I get once a month or every couple of weeks or even every couple of days. These calls come in every day, and most days there are more than one. People need help, and they need it now. Yes, supply will help a little, but supply is coming in years and not days or months, and there is no guarantee of what the rents of all these buildings will be. People need housing that is adequate and that they can afford. And there are some solutions to this that the government is at best ignoring and at worst working against. We need a system of rent control where the rent is tied to the unit and not the tenant. And this bill does not do this. We need a system where there is no financial incentive for the use of fixed-term leases and so that they would be used for the intended purpose instead of for landlords to skirt the rent cap, as we heard about at law amendments. This bill does not have that, and instead it provides a pathway to homelessness, which, by the way, quadrupled in HRM since this government came to office. We need a system where there would be no financial incentive to make buildings pet-free when they were always pet-friendly, or where there would be no need to charge for storage lockers when there always have been included in the rent, or no need to rent-evict tenants when there is nothing more than a cosmetic improvement needed to do to a unit or a building. And this bill does not have this. It's not fair or affordable. If not fair or affordable, the rent cap will give some predictability to renters for the next couple of years. But what happens then? This government is determined to return our rental market to a scenario where there is no control at all. We need this bill to legislate permanent rent control tied to the unit and not the tenant. The opportunity to bring this bill forward could have done so much good, but it actually does the opposite. It will not help the housing and homelessness crisis, and in fact, it will probably make it worse. For all of these reasons I have laid out, and for the tens of thousands of renters I represent in Dartmouth North, I cannot support this bill.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't take a long time here. I've been thinking a lot about people that I've heard from over the last couple of years who are really struggling to find accommodations. It's become harder and harder. And recently I received a really articulate letter from a young woman who had moved into my riding because she had been on a fixed-term lease for a number of years. And then, with the latest fixed-term lease, the monthly rent was going up $1,000. And she couldn't stay there. And I ask, how many of us could absorb a $12,000 increase in one of our monthly bills? Most of us could not just because we haven't had a raise since 2013, but most of us could not. And what we're hearing from constituents is they cannot absorb these increases. So then they have to move. But the problem with that, of course, is that moving costs money. Think about every time you have to move, how much that costs. It's not just the truck that you have to rent or the movers if you are so inclined, but it's all of the rehookups. It's all of the time that takes. It's the disruption in your life. And for so many people across our province, this has become their annual reality. They're getting kicked out because an increase is beyond their ability to pay. I don't see anything in this bill that is going to help the situation we're dealing with. When I moved here in 1984, Nova Scotia was going through an accommodations crisis. The vacancy rate was 1% or lower. I'm not sure what. It was very difficult to find a place to live. We ended up finding a place in a building that was known for its some of its tenants' ability to sell not quite legal things, but it was the only place we could find. But the difference then versus now is we were able to save and buy a very, very modest first home. I think it was for like $57,000 on Flying Cloud Drive. Yeah, on Flying Cloud Drive in Dartmouth Coal Harbour. So we were able to get out and start on that path to home ownership. I was looking on Flying Cloud Drive the other day, And I noted that one of those little townhouses, and again, very modest townhouse, it had that terrible carpet that was really short and industrial. It was in rust or avocado. We had rust. And, you know, just really terrible, terrible carpet. But you couldn't destroy it in any way, shape, or form. And one had sold for $400,000. And I want people to stop. You know, I was 25 years old when I was able to afford that first home. How many young people can afford to buy a townhouse today, a year out of university? It just, very, very few. Not without help from the bank of mom and dad. And many Nova Scotians, many Canadians help fund their retirements, help their kids get through college because they have an investment in a house. And I fear for young people today because they can't afford an apartment. And if they do, they're on a fixed lease. And so guess what happens when that comes up? The increase is massive. And I don't see anything in this bill that's going to change this. We keep hearing figures being bandied about the number of units being built. And yet they don't seem to appear. We are 3 years into this government. And it just keeps getting worse. So I think back to my constituent who wrote to me, and she could not afford her rent to almost double. She could not afford to pay $12,000 more every year for her apartment. Who among us could do that? And this is the situation we're dealing with, and this is why this bill doesn't help with it. It is not dealing with the actual situation on the ground. It was interesting to go to law amendments because, you know, one of the nice things about law amendments is you get to hear both sides of the story. And hearing from landlords that had, reserved a unit for a child and then couldn't put their child in, I understand that. I was concerned about that too. But if you have a tenant who is paying rent on time, quiet, doesn't cause trouble, and you're telling them for 5-6 years, you get a fixed term lease, you get a fixed term lease, you get a fixed term lease, and then you hit them up with a $1,000 increase, because that's what the market will bear right now in some places. We're not dealing with the issue. And that's the problem with this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise and say a few words to what we think is the most challenging bill for sure of this session. Every day I go out into the hallway after question period and I hear the Premier answer questions put to him by the media, and then sort of like mini QP out there. And then I also respond to those questions. And the Premier often says, we're doing what we can. We're doing what we can. And I think that this bill is a really clear example of not doing what you can. So, I don't take issue with the need to build housing. We need to build housing. We think a lot more of that housing should be affordable, genuinely affordable for Nova Scotians who need housing. We think that's what's within the government's power, but that's not what this bill is about. Notwithstanding the fact that every time we've asked about this bill or debated about this bill, that's the answer we get. We say, how are you protecting renters? We hear, we have to build housing. It's a little bit of cognitive dissonance. Because the reality is, the line, the assertion, we need to build housing for Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians need us to build housing. Absolutely. There are 300,000 Nova Scotians in this province who are renters. 300,000, almost a third of our population pay rent every month. And based on what we know the average rents are, Madam Speaker, I suspect that most people paying market rent in this province right now have higher costs than the majority of the people in this chamber. So most people in this chamber are homeowners. Some people in this chamber, now I'm judging based on age and stature, so I'm not trying to stereotype anyone, but I think probably some members have paid off their mortgage, or I wish for them that they have. I think it's really important that we think about the pressure that those kind of housing costs cause people. More than $2,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. When I rented a one-bedroom apartment on Pizza Corner, that's another story, when I was in my early 20s, it was $450 a month. Wow. And it was a big one-bedroom apartment with a big living room. We were right above the King of Donaire Plus, as it was at the time, so we did have neon in our windows, but otherwise, it was perfectly suitable. And that actually was not the cheapest apartment we could find. You could rent an apartment and pay your bills and save money. And I think that it is a categorically true statement to say right now that that is not possible. It's not possible in this province. And the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs says that he believes that the most affordable home is the home you can own. But we have almost no path to home ownership in this province for renters right now because they simply are required to pay too much money. Now the question is, and the devil is in the details, how do we fix it? And I think that probably all three parties in this chamber would have different ideas about that, and they do because we've seen the legislation. But this government is doing nothing to fix it. Nothing. This bill preserves the rent cap at 5%. We've heard lots of stories about the ways in which that will impact people negatively. It tightens the timeline for eviction so that those people who are struggling to pay the rent, based on the submissions of Dalhousie Legal Aid and other housing support workers, will functionally be unable to get help when they need it because of the backlogs in cases that these organizations have. And it doesn't close the fixed term lease loophole. And I want to address one myth that I hear about fixed term leases. And that is that the reason we need them is because non-market housing providers use them. That's true. And I've had conversations with those non-market housing providers. But here's the really important difference about those housing providers, the AHANs and the ADSUMs and the others. They, by dint of their mission and the type of housing they supply, have rent control. Their housing is rent geared to income. So they have no financial incentive to evict a tenant. Now that doesn't mean they might not have a tenant who isn't a fit for their housing, and that fixed term lease allows them flexibility. But the government could put everyone in that situation by tying this rent cap to the unit instead of the tenant. So that one simple change, which we suggested, which was turned down, of connecting this rent cap, which the government has brought in, this government that doesn't believe in rent caps, doesn't believe in rent control. This is a bill with a rent cap, but they've made sure that that rent cap is functionally useless because it is not tied to the unit. And therefore, any landlord has the incentive, if they are under financial pressure or a bad actor, but many are just under extreme financial pressure, to evict. This bill gives landlords the incentive to evict people. And that might be something we could stomach and call an ideological difference if we had more than a 0% vacancy rate in this city, certainly, and not much higher in the rest of the province, but we don't. And so when people get evicted, and when people get evicted in this way, I should say, when people's fixed-term leases are not renewed and then the new tenant comes in and pays $1,000 more, those people cannot find a place to live. And we have heard story after story of them leaving the province, moving back home, in the worst cases becoming homeless. Every single MLA office has heard these stories. And so I think it's so important to impress upon this government how little they are doing with this bill. This bill brings no balance. There is nothing in this bill that protects renters. Yes, there's a rent cap in place. There's a 5% rent cap in place. So for the small number of people who have periodic leases, are able to hold on to them, their rents will be capped at 5%. But we heard from my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, what that means in real life. 5% is not nothing. And 5% compounded turns out to be quite a lot. That 5% is the highest in the country. Do we have the highest incomes in the country? Do we have the highest number? Do we have the highest vacancy rate in the country? No, but we have the highest rent cap in the country. Why? Because Cabinet decided that behind closed doors with no rationale. It's not tied to CPI. It's not decided by the UARB, as our colleagues in the Liberal Party have suggested. It's a number that someone literally pulled out of a hat, because there's no formula that gives us that number. And so, you know, the last thing that I want to say is that when this bill was introduced, after many requests to see the Davis Peer report on tenancy on a compliance enforcement unit, the minister, after saying that that report didn't recommend a compliance enforcement unit, which we know it does, it's been tabled in the House, decided not to go ahead with that. And that would have been balance. That was something that landlords wanted and tenants wanted, that would give some measure, not enough, but some measure of balance to ensure that everyone can avail themselves of the rules and the regime that the minister likes to reference in this House so often. The reality is, as we have told in story after story, many people don't actually get to use the system as it was designed. It's abused, it's not as accessible to everyone, it's extraordinarily hard to navigate without help. And on the topic of health, I want to address comments that have been made by the government many times this session that infer that we are not giving Nova Scotians the true information about residential tenancies. And I want to assure all members and all Nova Scotians that that is the majority of what our constituency offices do. We might as well be RTA consultants, because literally that's what we do. People come in and they bring us eviction notices and they bring us Form Js and they say, what does this mean and how do we do it? And we help them as much as we can and we send them to the agencies that know more than us. It's all we do, and it's not enough. It's not enough. And so as the MLA for Dartmouth South, you know, I want to say that when I knock on doors on Gaston Road, when I knock on doors in North Woodside, when I talk to people across my constituency, what I hear is fear and concern and a desire to be able to build a life, and frustration that costs are making that impossible. And so I want to say that Nova Scotians deserve better than this. They deserve better from this government that says that they are doing what they can, are not doing what they can. for the 300,000 plus Nova Scotians who rent. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia, it will be closed debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just because you keep saying something over and over again doesn't make it true. So just because you keep saying the residential tenancies program is broken over and over again doesn't make it true, Madam Speaker. It's concerning to hear some of the mixed messaging from the NDP caucus. You know, the program not being accessible, made to be difficult. But what I find very deeply concerning, and I can appreciate tenants who are in a difficult situation, faced with an eviction. That's very stressful, and a source of anxiety. But unfortunately, I've noticed since my time becoming minister that there's this picture being painted that you need a lawyer to go to the residential tenancy program. You do not need a lawyer to go through the residential tenancies program. It is accessible, Madam Speaker. It is, you can apply online, you can apply in person. Both tenants and landlords have that option. We're making it easier for tenants to get their security deposit back, Madam Speaker. But it's just concerning that to hear comments that that members of the House are helping their constituents, but giving examples on the floor of the legislature, whether it be about eviction change or eviction notices due to pets. And I've reminded members in this session and in past sessions of the rules, and they're still bringing them up, saying that they're not being able to be addressed through the program. And that's not true. That eviction notices for renovations cannot be addressed. That's not true, Madam Speaker. That changes to, for fees, and if it's storage lockers or parking, things that were included in a previous lease, that you can't get those addressed. That's not true, Madam Speaker. Tenants have the option, and I would encourage them, if they have something to dispute, to go through the program. I've said it before, the program's there. We have dedicated staff that are willing and able and want to help Nova Scotians address these disputes. Madam Speaker, I heard some comments, which leads me to believe that members don't understand that it takes time to build. If only, Madam Speaker, that the bold and historic investments that our government's doing today, and since the early days of our government would have been started 10 years ago, perhaps we would be having a different conversation right now, Madam Speaker, in this chamber. Perhaps, if only. So for the benefit of the House, Madam Speaker, here we are, September 20th, fall's in the air. I'm going to table all of the investments and the announcements in housing alone, that our government has made in Nova Scotia for Nova Scotians.
2024.
Just this year.
Just this year. Just this year.
There's some questioning about, and I think, and I guess this is where I get the mixed opinions from the NDP caucus about the cost of property ownership. And if you're privileged enough to own a home in this province, you are very well aware that property taxes have gone up, utilities have gone up, mortgage rates have gone up, repairs have gone up, insurance has gone up. And those exact same costs, Madam Speaker, property owners, landlords are facing those costs. And again, I've said it before during debate, and I've said it before probably during question period, that every action has a reaction, and we do not want landlords to be leaving the market and losing their units that we so desperately need to be part of the solution, Madam Speaker. I'll touch quickly on the CU. Madam Speaker, we asked David Spear for a report. They gave us the report, gave us an option to look at if government were to consider it. We considered it. We did a jurisdictional scan across the very few other Canadian provinces that have a compliance and enforcement unit, and noticed a number of gaps And I identified that, one, it would not benefit tenant and landlords. It would not be bringing forward and addressing the scenarios and the stories that members opposite and even, you know, with respect, that tenant and landlord organizations are bringing forward. It would not. And I believe it was the member from Bedford South that said, you know, we need tickets and we need charges and fines. I do not, you look in Manitoba, they had 8 fines or 8 penalties in 4 years. So, as I noted before, part of with our program is continuing our education and awareness campaigns, continuing to educate and inform tenant and landlords of the entirety of the process, to remind tenants that if they are faced with an eviction notice, to apply to the program. If they're faced with an eviction notice because of pets, because of changes to fees, because of a rent eviction, and to insinuate that there's no process for rent eviction and that minor repairs are going to get through the program, I will remind members of the legislation that we passed in fall of 2021 that strengthens and puts some rigor to rent evictions in this province. And there is a process in place, and it does work, Madam Speaker. In British Columbia, they're turning away up to approximately 40% of complaints. In Ontario, they're waiting over a year for resolution to residential tenancy matters. That doesn't sound to me like a good idea. And when you're faced with a bad idea, Madam Speaker, I don't think you should shy away from doubling down and saying it's a bad idea. So, Madam Speaker, all that said, I guess I would have a question for the NDP caucus and the leader of the NDP. When will they realize that the Liberal NDP carbon tax is a bad idea and stand with Nova Scotians? And stand with Nova Scotians. And they want to talk about affordability. And they want to talk about affordability in this province. Madam Speaker, that is the single biggest move they could make today. The leader of the NDP could stand and join her colleagues, NDP colleagues across the country, and stand against the Liberal NDP carbon tax. That is punitive, Madam Speaker. We recognize it's punitive. The fact is, Madam Speaker, we recognize it's punitive. We also recognize as a government that we have to continue to take bold actions to support Nova Scotians. We are supporting Nova Scotians. We are investing in Nova Scotians, in public housing, supportive housing, student housing, affordable housing, Madam Speaker. We're investing in the property tax rebate for seniors, the Your Energy rebate program, Madam Speaker, the Seniors Care Grant, the Heating Assistance Rebate Program, the more opportunities for skilled trades, Madam Speaker, removing the provincial portion of the HST on new builds, Madam Speaker. And I'd say one of the biggest accomplishments of this government, our school lunch program. The members opposite may not believe that that's a good thing for Nova Scotians, but I can assure all Nova Scotians it's a good move and it's a good thing for Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I know members opposite don't want to indulge me and hear my comments, and members across here listened, I think it was probably over an hour to their commentary. 4 more years. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to conclude because I know my comments are on the record. I've answered the questions from opposition during question period, recognizing that the rental market is tough and it's tight, that Nova Scotians are facing tough times. We are there, our government, to support them. We know that the absolute solution to the housing crisis is more housing. We're doing it, Madam Speaker. We have an action plan, a housing plan. It is working, despite what the opposition will say. They'll continue to repeat things over and over and over again, hoping it will be clipped and it will be said, yep, people will start believing them, Madam Speaker. But guess what? On this side of the House, we're going to continue saying the truth. We're going to continue saying what we're doing because it's supporting Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, with that, I move to close third reading on this bill. Thank you very much.
Wait. The motion is for third reading of Bill 467, Intern Residential Rental Increase Cap and the Residential Tenancy Acts to close third reading, sorry. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? Nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 467, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, and Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, joining me in the House today is Fawzia Isa, her husband and son Hassan Musa and Abdi Mahmoud. Fawzia is the Executive Director of Stable Family Development Center in Edmonton, Alberta. Fawzia is dedicated to support immigrant families, newly established families here find their part to thrive and to successful life. Fawzia is working incredibly. I ask Fawzia to please accept the warm welcome of the House.
Well, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act?
Bill 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 471, an act respecting advancing Nova Scotia opportunities, be now read a third time and do pass. I'm pleased to rise to speak on Bill 471. My Cabinet colleagues and I have put forward a bill that advances Nova Scotia opportunities by protecting the health and safety of Nova Scotians, promoting our offshore wind industry, and strengthening regulations for important historical industries across this province. Amendments to the Forestry Act will help protect Nova Scotians from the ever-increasing risk of wildfires in the province by removing all exceptions to the daily burn restrictions. Going forward, everyone will need to follow the daily burn restrictions on the burn safe map or get an industrial permit when appropriate. We take the safety of Nova Scotians seriously, Madam Speaker, so much so that we're also increasing the fines that we can pursue by laying charges that require a court appearance, Madam Speaker. From $100,000 to $1 million for corporations, and from $50,000 to $500,000 for individuals. We're working hard to develop our offshore wind industry, with our first call for bids set to go out next year. Our federal counterparts are working on their legislation for regulating this new activity through Bill C-49. We continue to urge them for quick passage of this bill to ensure we meet our offshore wind targets in 2025. That's why we're putting our mirror legislation on the table now, so that everything is tidied up by the time that everything rolls together. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate our commitment to working with our First Nation partners throughout this process. They've been involved with the conversation to date, and they will continue to be involved in the conversation as we move forward. We will not move ahead without hearing our feedback from our First Nations having on this matter. Our goal is to have a thriving offshore wind industry that benefits Nova Scotians, our First Nation communities, industries, including fisheries, and all of Canadians for that matter, to be the first offshore wind development in this country. We need everyone at the table to make sure that things go right. The amendments to the Accord Act allow the federal and provincial ministers of natural resources to determine the areas where offshore wind could be. I can tell you that we do not support offshore wind happening in areas that are in conflict with protected areas. Neither the federal or the provincial governments want to develop offshore wind on Georges Bank. I've given this commitment in writing to members of the fishing industry, and I will keep that commitment, Madam Speaker. And speaking with my federal counterpart this week, we both intend to keep that commitment. We're going to make sure that we effectively manage both our economic and environmental protections. The intention for amending the Marine Renewable Act is to facilitate an interim pathway, just in case Bill C-49 does not pass in time, to proceed with a call for bids and avoid any delay. The amendments do not allow us to proceed developing an offshore wind industry without our federal partners. We cannot do that. It just gives us a different pathway forward to pursue this industry in our jointly managed waters in a time for a call for bids next year. Either way, we will be working hand in hand with our federal government to establish a regulatory process and do the first call for bids for offshore wind in 2025. This bill does not change our promise to put a regulatory framework for offshore wind in place for joint waters before we consider any projects in any provincial waters. I said we will do that before we look at any activity in provincial waters, another commitment that I intend to keep. Madam Speaker, we fully expect that any future offshore wind development projects will need approvals from all relevant federal and provincial regulators. This would include getting all the necessary permits, licensing, and conducting an environmental assessment. Again, our goal is to ensure a sustainable development while we explore this new renewable energy sector in our province and our country. Madam Speaker, changes to the Gas Distribution Act allow gas utilities like Eastward Energy to move towards low-carbon fuels like hydrogen and renewable natural gas. To do that, they needed to recover costs from gas ratepayers when they make cleaner fuel investments in the sector. These investments could be things like contracting for cleaner fuels or developing for their own hydrogen projects. The changes we're making through this bill will allow the UARB to have these considerations. Amendments to the Fisheries and Coastal Resource Act will improve the licensing process for low-impact, sustainable aquaculture. The amendments to the Act will streamline regulations for shellfish and aquatic plants, promoting a sustainable growth. And the process for marine finfish aquaculture will include increased public engagement when applications go to the Independent Aquaculture Review Board for hearing and decisions. Amendments to the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission update language to reflect the current remaining members, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI. This bill removes Newfoundland and Labrador from the Atlantic Province Harness Racing Commission and renames the commission back to the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. And finally, Madam Speaker, we're moving amendments to the Public Procurement Act. They ensure that the province's process for procuring goods and services are aligned with our goals to support Nova Scotia businesses. Basically, if a Nova Scotia business is within 10% of a leading bid for a government contract and the other bidders are not Nova Scotian business, the province will award the contract to the Nova Scotia business. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, all these amendments advance Nova Scotia opportunities, economic opportunities for communities throughout this province, and many of those in rural communities. With that, I will take my seat and we'll hear from the members of the opposition.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a privilege to stand and speak to Bill 471. I'd like to begin by maybe echoing my colleagues' comments from yesterday from King South, more on the process of having an omnibus bill. As opposition, our role is essentially we are assigned critic roles, and I know I do take it seriously, and part of that role is to listen, to learn, and look at the Law Amendments Committee to give an opportunity for the public to come in, for stakeholders to come in and voice their concerns, to offer constructive criticism or provide amendments that the opposition can put forward. So in saying that, this bill, and it's the second session in a row where we've seen the government come forward with an omnibus bill, which to me is a great concern for our roles as opposition members, but for democracy as a whole. I did watch the entirety of Law Amendments, and it is discouraging to see that, there are important bills here, and even if you look at I'm going to find it here, the offshore wind one, I have it written here. Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resource Act Implementation Act. That is a huge, technical, complicated bill. And for that to be part of an omnibus bill where a lot of associations, fishing associations across the province, I'm sure, you know, not that they would be necessarily in opposition, but I think it would have been important for them if this had been a standalone bill, that they would have understood what it meant, what was brought forward, and how they could maybe participate in the discussion, consultations, and bring forward amendments. So for me, I feel that if we keep going down this route with omnibus bills, it does take away from a lot of the stakeholders in this province. And I think that they do have a lot to contribute. And like I say, it's not always about being in opposition, but it's about understanding what's coming forward and what the impacts are on their prospective industries or associations or what have you. So I did want to raise that issue, that it is a serious concern, a serious issue for this province. I mean, and I have to ask the question, how do you decide what goes into the omnibus bill and what doesn't? I mean, to me, this is the most complex legislation the government has put forward. In my mind, it should have been a standalone bill if you look at the Canada-Nova Scotia offshore bill. So that should have been a standalone bill in my mind. In saying that, as a fisheries critic, I'm going to stick to my role, but I did feel I had to say that. So on the Fisheries Coastal Resources Act, in large part, the amendments and the changes that are coming forward, I have met with a lot of industry stakeholders, and those are a lot of the amendments they were asking for. I think when it comes to additional consultation for finfish, I think that's a positive. That's something a lot of communities and people were asking for. And one thing that I've heard over and over again is when it comes to shellfish and aquatic plants. I mean, it's a long time coming that now that the industry is trying to develop and move forward in this province, that it's looked at in a different light than maybe the larger finfish companies and the way they have to go forward for application, which costs a lot of money. So on that, I don't really have, I think those pretty much are good amendments. And, you know, I do support them. But it comes back to the omnibus bill. It would be nice to be able to vote on a bill specific to aquaculture rather than a bill that's across the spectrum, you know, from Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act to aquaculture. It is, I feel fisheries is important enough that it should come to the legislature as a bill on its own. That's just I think that's very important to the province. On the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resource Act implementation, I did have concerns about the Georges Bank moratorium, and we did, in full disclosure, we did look to put forward an amendment, but the way the bill is structured, it didn't really fit in there, so that's why at the end we decided not to put the amendment. So I do appreciate the minister committing to that and committing to not, for offshore wind, not go into provincial jurisdiction before they do look at the offshore jointly managed. But again, the big concern for me is the speed at which the bill is going through, the fact that it's in an omnibus bill, and I don't think stakeholders really understood what the bill was about and what it meant for their respective state associations. As stakeholders, I think they have to have an opportunity to come forward and really lay out what they see as the challenges and that each bill has for them. So in saying that, I mean, I'll leave it at that, but I do urge the government to really look at the bills individually, especially as fisheries critic. I take great pride in being the fisheries critic. It's important to our province, and it should come to the floor of the legislature as a standalone bill. So I'll let my colleague say a few words.
Good job, man.
recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just going to rise for a few minutes to offer a few comments on this bill. So actually, what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about what I was hoping when I saw the words Nova Scotia Opportunities Act and that the Minister of Agriculture was one of the sponsors of this. So hope springs eternal that this government will recognize the agricultural sector for the backbone of this province that it is. And so I just invite you to dream a little dream with me, and I'm just going to list off the priorities that have been clearly articulated by our agricultural stakeholders in writing, in meetings, in events, that we need to see real movement from this government on. So first of all, I thought maybe it's the announcement of the Nova Scotia Food and Beverage Strategy. Promised since 2021, lots of consultation, still MIA. Then, I know I'm going to dream the dream. Then I thought, maybe it's the actual integrated business risk management system that people have been asking for. The agriculture sector does not want any more one-off responses to the climate crisis. In particular, I can tell you that there was really difficult implementation this past year of the season extension program, and I received many phone calls of people very concerned about how that was happening. Speaking of season extension, we need to invest in season extension, and we need support for folks to be able to enter into processing and manufacturing. This is what will really allow Nova Scotia farmers and producers to support the Nova Scotia economy and support Nova Scotians to have access to local foods all year round. Folks want to invest in season extension, but they need support so they know they can access the insurance needed to protect their investments. We need to end the commercial wine bottling program. In Nova Scotia, local wines currently hold 9% of the market share, compared to 20 to 30% in BC and Ontario. We can do so much better for our amazing local wines. I mean, a lot of these core ideas have been presented, and I'm happy to table it again, in the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture's Growing Nova Scotia Together program of action. It was initially launched a couple of years ago. Its content remains incredibly relevant because none of it's been done. And so I'll give you just a sense of some of the other priorities in that area. So support farms to increase productivity and efficiency through meaningful investments in innovative technologies. Pay attention to agricultural land, including establishing a provincial land bank program to ensure farms have access to rent or purchase land at an affordable rate to support farm succession and growth. Encourage farmers to look at agriculture easements. Pay attention to soil health. Pay attention to water health. Under labor and workforce, work with the industry to establish targeted immigration programs to support farm workers and farm operators moving to Nova Scotia. Support farm succession by applying a new entrance lens to policies and programs to foster profitable and equitable farm transitions. We know that we have an aging owner workforce in the agriculture community. We know that succession is on the minds of many, and what is clear, what people have been telling me, is that of course succession is far easier when the sector is stable. So when we do all those things like integrated risk management, and we offer support for season extension, and we make sure that the insurance is there to protect those investments. We really need to enhance the support for temporary foreign workers. While in Nova Scotia, we need to provide access to MSI upon arrival. Specifically around business risk management programs, looking at the Nova Scotia delivery of agri-stability to improve its effectiveness and local uptake. Increase awareness of the Agri-Invest program and introduce a top-up and a Kickstarter program for new entrants. In collaboration with industry, adopt a national livestock price insurance program. Review and adapt the agri-recovery program to meet the risks faced by the industry. So you can have a sense here. There are very specific calls to action that this government has not chosen to respond to. And I'm just going to quote a little bit from the Growing Together document. Agriculture is the epitome of the term essential, providing food and products to our communities. Farming is a noble career and a vital industry with tremendous opportunities for the future. We need a targeted plan to alter the current trajectory, enhance profitability, and support our future generations of farmers, which in turn supports the prosperity of our province.
I also just wanted to quickly comment on the other thing that could have been, but isn't, in this bill and wasn't brought forward during the time that we spent together in the legislature, is, the industry has been very clear in asking for their involvement in the development of the implementation around Nova Scotia Loyal. So I think the Premier has waived a number of times a letter from the an op-ed from the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. I've just retabled it, suggesting that in that letter they say to get off of partisan politics and that is our problem. I would suggest that a fulsome read of that letter that's not actually the tone or intent. But I'm gonna read what they're actually looking for. A program aimed at the growth of local markets must be supported by an industry-led, government-supported competitiveness and growth strategy for agriculture. We are ready, this is the NSFA, and willing to lead the development of a strategy with our partners to ensure the future success of our local food system. Working together to grow the Nova Scotia Loyal program and to develop an industry-led strategy has the potential to transform our local food system, but only if we commit towards working towards a common goal. So I appreciate everyone going with me on that little dream of actually responding to and prioritizing the agricultural industry in this province. I'd love to hear from the Minister of Agriculture, when we can expect to hear the food, see the food and beverage strategy, when we can expect to see some actions. I guess the other thing that came to mind when I saw the Nova Scotia Opportunities Act is I was hoping that it, at the very least, of all the legislation that was tabled, not that there was a ton, but however many pieces of legislation that was tabled by this government, which shows some demonstration of implementing the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act, and I'll table the act. We all adopted that act as an all-party committee that developed the bill, that we all approved the act, and it calls upon us to make evident how we are considering equity and equality and justice in the legislation that we bring to this House. I don't see the government doing that work. If I'm wrong, I'd love to see it. But that's what I think of when I see opportunities. And I was reminded when I was thinking about opportunities and the needs that we have of the YWCA Halifax report that came out in the spring of this year, looking at the rate and experience of sexual and gender-based harassment in the skilled trades in Nova Scotia. Here's a perfect example. It's an area that we need skilled trades industries to be working well, because they obviously hold a lot of the answers to our key challenges, housing being one of them. And yet we know we have a problem with those people trying to enter the industries. The YWCA has some ideas about how to fix that, and that could have also been part of the Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. So, I think clearly they spent a lot of time trying to mix this all together and come up with a catchy title. We will support the bill, but I echo my colleagues' comments around the use of omnibus bills and what really could have been here as real opportunities for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to add to what has been said about this bill by the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, about the particular part of the bill that has to do with the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, that we in our party are broadly in support of changes that would streamline the licensing procedures in the part of the world looked after under the Act that is made up of shellfish and aquatic plants. But at the same time, in registering our support for this, I think it's important also to register that we are disappointed that the government hasn't taken the opportunity that this legislation presents to address and improve so many of the procedural and other regulatory shortcomings that have been so widely recognized in the oversight process for finfish aquaculture in Nova Scotia. There are so many areas of this sort that suggest themselves, from the establishment of leasing fees that would be more in keeping with the value of the resource, to fair and more substantial fines for non-compliance and non-adherence. In other words, in this respect, this is an opportunity which in this legislation has been missed. And this, of course, as previous speakers have pointed out, is the great danger with a piece of legislation as disparate and lacking in a defining central purpose, as is the case with this present bill. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the minister is to close third reading on Bill 471. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mix Speaker. And with that, I move to close debate on Bill 471.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill 471. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded? The motion is carried.
Bill 471, an act respecting advancing Nova Scotia opportunities.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mix Chair or Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 476, French Language Services Act?
Bill number 476, French Language Services Act. I recognize the Minister of Acadian and Francophone Affairs.
Grand merci. Je propose que le projet de loi numéro 476, la loi modifiant le chapitre 26 des lois de 2004, la loi sur les services en français, soit maintenant lu une troisième fois. Les modifications de cette loi permettent au gouvernement de renforcer son engagement envers la communauté acadienne et francophone de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Il y a 20 ans, en 2004, après que le Congrès mondial acadien a eu lieu en Nouvelle-Écosse pour la première fois, que cette loi a été introduite et elle rappelle les liens historiques de notre province avec le peuple acadien et reconnaît les contributions du peuple acadien à la Nouvelle-Écosse et de l'importance de la langue française à l'épanouissement de la province. Avec plusieurs communautés acadiennes et francophones à travers la province, ces changements législatifs nous permettront de mieux aligner les programmes et services gouvernementaux pour répondre aux besoins et priorités changeants de la communauté. Une communauté qui contribue à la diversité et au dynamisme de la province. En proposant ces modifications, nous reconnaissons l'importance de la langue française et nous permettent au gouvernement de répondre aux attentes des partenaires acadiens et francophones. Je tiens à sincèrement remercier la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, qui est le porte-parole officiel de la population acadienne et francophone de la province, et un partenaire important pour moi comme ministre et mon équipe à l'Office des affaires acadiennes et de la francophonie. Nous sommes à l'écoute, Monsieur le Président, de nos partenaires acadiens et francophones sur la meilleure façon de préserver et de faire croître nos communautés et d'offrir des services publics en français. Mr. Speaker, I do move that Bill 476, an act to amend Chapter 26 of the Acts of 2004, the French Language Services Act, be now read a third time. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the French Language Services Act allow government to strengthen its commitment to Nova Scotia's growing Acadian and Francophone community. And 20 years ago, in 2004, after the Congrès mondial acadien was hosted for the first time in Nova Scotia, here we are 20 years later, after the legislation was initially introduced. And this legislation recognizes the contributions of Nova Scotia's Acadian community and the importance of the French language to the diversity of our province. With several Acadian and Francophone communities across Nova Scotia, these legislative changes will allow us to better align government programs and services to meet the changing needs of Nova Scotia's Acadian and Francophone community. By bringing forward these amendments, we recognize the importance of the French language, and they enable government to respond to and meet the expectations of Acadian and Francophone partners. I'd like to acknowledge the Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, which is the official spokesperson for the province's Acadian Francophone community. They are an important partner for myself as a minister and for my team at Acadian Affairs and Francophonie. We are listening, Mr. Speaker, to our Acadian and Francophone partners on how to best preserve and grow our communities and to deliver public services in French. I'm eager to hear comments from the colleagues opposite. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
I recognize the honourable member, Clare.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci au ministre pour amener la loi et établir la loi 476. Je suis en support du programme de loi. C'est tout le temps, on veut tout le temps voir l'Acadie et la langue avancer. C'est un programme de loi qui continue à avancer ça un peu. Certainement, c'est bon de voir que le langage, ça démontre l'importance de la culture de la langue acadienne dans la Nouvelle-Écosse. Et je suis certainement fier de voir que ça va être regardé tous les 10 ans. Vraiment, ce qu'on veut faire aussi, c'est prendre une opportunité aujourd'hui peut-être de reconnaître le travail que les municipalités qui se trouvent dans les régions acadiennes, le travail qu'ils font pour assurer qu'il y a des services de la langue française dans nos communautés. Sans doute que, moi, il faut prendre la municipalité de Clark comme un exemple. Je sais que Belfort qui travaille et de ressources qui mettent pour assurer que les résidents de Clark ont des services au niveau municipal. Et ça, dire au ministre, et je sais que c'est un travail qui continue, c'est que c'est important que les services provinciaux, qu'il y ait certains services provinciaux qui sont en français. Alors, je comprends que ça ne peut pas être à travers de la province, mais il y a certaines régions, certaines municipalités, certaines communautés que je pense qu'ils doivent avoir des services en français quand ça va des départements provinciaux. Alors, pas nous-mêmes comme service communautaire ou travaux publics. J'attends, la municipalité a envoyé quelques lettres à ce sujet-là. Et les associations qui travaillent tous les jours pour supporter nos communautés poussent pour avoir plus de services provinciaux en français. Ça, en grande ligne, on ne va pas parler trop longtemps, mais je crois que mes mots, c'est d'encourager le ministre à continuer à garder. Je sais qu'il a établi un rapport aujourd'hui, je pense, et on va prendre le temps de le lire et voir là. Ça, en grande ligne, je suis en faveur du programme de loi et merci le ministre pour l'amener de l'avant. So I'll try to repeat myself as much as I can there. It's not always easy. So we are in favor of this law, Bill 476. I think any time a bill pushes forward the Acadian culture and shows the importance of our language, our culture, our communities, it's always a good thing. Certainly, we're happy to see that the law will be reviewed every 10 years. What I would say is I want to take this opportunity to recognize the hard work that municipalities are doing across this province in Acadian and French communities to assure or try to assure as much as possible that there are services in French for their residents. I'm going to use the municipality of Clare as an example because it's within my community, but I know they have it as a priority to provide French language services, and even council meetings, they have simultaneous translation. So it does come at a cost, but and I know the Department of Acadian Affairs is providing some funding to some municipalities or to try to help that. But I think the point I want to make is that for certain municipalities across the province, it's important that they have access to provincial services provided in French. And two departments I'll say in particular is the Department of Community Services and the Department of Public Works. For some residents who move to the area, some have difficulty speaking in English. So it would be ideal if they would have access to some French language services. I know especially around the management of certain departments. So I know in community services, we did have a bilingual caseworker that was in Meteghan every Tuesday, and with a retirement, now it's by appointment, and if you want an appointment in French, you have to ask beforehand, and they will provide it, try to provide it as much as possible. So in saying all that, I just want to push a little bit and try to get, I know the minister will work on providing more services to our Acadian communities, but in overall, I think, you know, you can always do more, but we are in support of this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis contente d'offrir quelques mots afin d'appuyer le projet de loi 476. Comme je expliqué pendant la deuxième lecture, j'ai eu l'occasion de se pencher sur la question de comment vraiment améliorer la prestation des services en français en la Nouvelle-Écosse quand j'ai travaillé à la Commission de la fonction publique de la Nouvelle-Écosse. À travers de cette expérience, ça m'a offert une bonne compréhension des défis et de l'effort nécessaire pour s'assurer des services sont disponibles en français où ils sont nécessaires. Et en même temps, en tant que député, je connais aussi l'importance de l'immigration de francophones pour notre province. Et pour être compétitif dans le monde, sur l'échelle globale, on doit démontrer notre engagement envers la prestation des services en français. La prochaine étape, c'est le développement des règlements et on attend avec impatience l'implantation de ces règlements. So in English, I'm happy to rise and offer a few words in support of Bill 476. As I talked about in second reading, I had the opportunity to work for the Nova Scotia Public Service Commission and develop an implementation plan around the provision of services in French in the province in 2008. And certainly that gave me a great opportunity to understand really both the necessity of doing this, but also the challenges, but also I know that it's possible to offer better services in French across the province. And at the same time, you know, we want more French immigration. In my riding in particular, I have a lot of francophones from Quebec, Acadians, international folks, and I know that we're in a global competition for people, whether it's in health or in other types of services. So I think folks want to know that they can come to this province and while they'll learn English, that they are able to access necessary services in French. We look forward to seeing the development of the regulations to implement this act. Thank you very much.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie, it will be to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et grand merci à mes collègues de l'opposition et de mes collègues de l'Assemblée entière pour leur appui porté à ce projet de loi. C'est un projet de loi important à la communauté acadienne. Aujourd'hui est un moment historique, une journée importante pour l'Acadie de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Alors, j'apprécie vraiment l'appui apporté de tous les côtés de l'Assemblée. Certainement, les points apportés par le membre déclarent appréciés. Nous sommes prêts, comme gouvernement, nous sommes prêts à travailler avec les organismes communautaires, avec les municipalités. Nous avons augmenté notre budget pour les fonds communautaires. Je pense que la municipalité de Clare vient de recevoir environ 40 000 $. Alors, grâce à une bonification de notre entente avec le gouvernement fédéral, nous pouvons faire plus pour appuyer nos communautés et nos régions, plus pour les services publics offerts en français. Et c'est certainement un engagement personnel comme ministre des Affaires acadiennes et de la francophonie en tant que fier acadien que je tiens à cœur. Ce projet de loi est un renforcement de notre engagement à la communauté acadienne et francophone. D'autres exemples, notre stratégie de l'immigration francophone, un travail d'équipe avec la ministre de l'Immigration, du Travail et des Compétences, ainsi que des organismes communautaires. Le passage ou l'adoption du projet de loi concernant le Conseil scolaire acadien provincial de la Nouvelle-Écosse, la déclaration ou la proclamation par le premier ministre du mois d'août comme le mois du patrimoine acadien. Ce sont tous des engagements, des initiatives importantes pour notre communauté, pour s'assurer qu'ils sachent qu'on est un gouvernement qui est à l'écoute des besoins et des attentes et qui s'assure qu'on comprend l'importance de la langue acadienne et francophone. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all members from all sides for their support on this piece of legislation. It's an important moment, an important day, a historic day for the Acadian community of Nova Scotia. I want to reassure all members, and I appreciate the member from Clare for raising this. We are ready as a government to support our Acadian Francophone community. As I noted in French, we provided, I believe it was last month, $40,000 to the municipality of Clare to improve and to continue to strengthen the amazing work that's being done in Clare to provide French language services through the municipality. But we have increased our budget to support community groups. We have renegotiated a new deal with a new agreement with the federal government, which has increased our contributions both provincially and federally, which will allow us to do more, allow us to support more community organizations, allow us to do more within the public sector to provide more French language services for Nova Scotians. This piece of legislation is one initiative. One initiative that the Acadian and Francophone community knows, and they should know that we are a government that's committed to them, that is listening to the needs, and we want to continue to strengthen the French language and the Acadian culture here in Nova Scotia. Add this to the list of our government's support to the Acadian Francophone community. The Francophone immigration strategy developed with the Minister of Labour Skills, Immigration and Community Organizations. The passing of the CSCP, the Conseil Scolaire Acadien Act, by this House. The proclamation by the Premier designating the month of August as Acadian Heritage Month. These are all important reminders that we are government committed to support our growing in Acadian and Francophone community. So with that, Madam Speaker, I do now move to close debate on Bill 476, an act to amend Chapter 26 of the Acts of 2004, the French Language Services Act. Madame la Présidente, je propose maintenant de conclure le débat sur le projet de loi 476 ou 476, comme on dit en bon acadien, la loi modifiant le chapitre 26 des lois de 2004, la loi sur les services en français. Merci beaucoup.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 476, the French Language Service Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 476, an act to amend Chapter 26 of the Acts of 2004, the French Language Services Act. Loi modifiant le chapitre 26 des lois de 2004, la loi sur les services en français.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 455, Department of Emergency Management, an act to establish and authorize the establishment of the Nova Scotia Guard.
Bill 455, Department of Emergency Management, an act to establish and authorize the establishment of a Nova Scotia Guard. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 455 be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to speak again briefly on Bill number 455, an act to establish the Department of Emergency Management and authorize the establishment of a Nova Scotia Guard. Madam Speaker, as you've heard me say several times before, through this legislation, the new Department of Emergency Management will lead, direct, and support a coordinated response and help meet the immediate and ongoing needs of Nova Scotians when a crisis or disaster occurs. The new department will include existing emergency response teams from across government and take on expanded responsibilities, including better planning and preparation prior to an emergency, better communication and coordination during an emergency, and all leading to faster recovery from an emergency. Madam Speaker, the creation of the Nova Scotia Guard, which will be made up of volunteers from across the province, will help communities during and after emergencies. The Guard will match volunteers to areas of need based on their skills, interests, and qualifications. This will include everything from providing care and comfort, delivering food and shoveling snow, to operating heavy equipment and assisting with large animal transport, just to name a few possibilities. The Nova Scotia Guard is about being able to harness the Blue Noser spirit and call on all volunteers who are ready to help the moment an emergency happens. Madam Speaker, our volunteers and existing emergency response organizations are critical, valued, and appreciated. They have given their time and have put their lives on the line to support Nova Scotians in emergency. We will continue to rely on their commitment and expertise as we move forward with the new department and build the Nova Scotia Guard. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity this week to bring forward in Committee of the Whole House changes that we made to the bill to ensure the voice of our first responders, emergency officials, municipalities, Nova Scotians, and all others who participated in our consultations was reflected. Madam Speaker, I won't repeat those changes here, but if I had to use one sentence to sum up what we've been trying to achieve with this legislation, it is creating a strong culture of preparedness for Nova Scotians now and into the future. Madam Speaker, this bill was not built in a boardroom. It was created with the help of hundreds of frontline emergency responders, community groups, municipal leaders, and many others. As we built this bill, we listened. Even though the need for this department and the Nova Scotia Guard is extremely important, some would say even urgent, we didn't rush. We took time over the past several months to meet, reflect, and consult, and even pivot when a good idea was raised or a point was made. Madam Speaker, through the last several months, we've had 19 sessions where we were held with volunteer firefighters and ground search and rescue teams across the province. 30 sessions were held with organizations that are positioned to respond during emergencies, such as NGOs like the Red Cross, the United Way, and the Salvation Army. More than 20 in-person and virtual community engagement sessions with community leaders and community groups were held across the province throughout the summer, and those sessions are continuing. 14 community events, festivals, and exhibitions were held across the province were attended so far, with more planned for the fall. Madam Speaker, our engagement is not done. In fact, we are just getting started. Several sessions have already taken place to start the process of engaging directly with those Nova Scotians who have registered to be part of the Nova Scotia Guard through an initial series of in-person information sessions that will be occurring at 10 locations across the province. Those sessions are an opportunity to say thank you to the over 1,100 volunteers who have already registered, and to provide an overview of the Guard and get feedback on how the Guard, community groups, and others can support one another to work effectively during emergencies. Madam Speaker, in our first two sessions, there was a great discussion on the orientation and training for the Guard, developing different levels within the Guard, how the Guard volunteers will be deployed to support communities, and how to ensure physical and mental well-being of Guard volunteers. There was a lot of passion and enthusiasm, and it is clear the Guard volunteers are committed to helping support their communities and the province during and after an emergency. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I was very pleased to see such a great turnout at the Law Amendments Committee for this bill. The conversation was very balanced, and the vast majority of representatives spoke very positively about the Guard and the new department. We did hear from two career firefighters who had some reservations with the engagement around the bill. The Law Amendment Committee is a very important way for Nova Scotians to have their say, and I am happy to be able to inform the representatives or anyone with reservations that the Minister's Advisory Panel on the Nova Scotia Guard has representation from career firefighters, including Halifax Fire and the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, who helped advise on the department and the deployment of the Nova Scotia Guard. All firefighters were invited to the 19 sessions I mentioned earlier. As I've said, we've consulted with hundreds of Nova Scotians, including volunteer and career firefighters. Their voice is important and represented in the bill. Madam Speaker, we've been through a lot as a province over the last couple of years. Hurricanes, wildfires, floods, historical snowstorms. Nova Scotians have lost so much. But through it all, we haven't lost our strong willingness to help each other. That is very evident in the tremendous response we've seen to this legislation and the many people who are coming forward to join the Guard. Together, we are stronger, and we will do whatever it takes to support each other and our communities in any emergency. With that, Madam Speaker, I invite comments from my colleagues on Bill 455.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to the minister, I want to thank the government for taking an interest and at least at a glance, trying to button up the way that we're prepared for emergencies and the way that we have an ability to respond to emergencies. And I think all members can agree that we can always do better. And I guess the theme of this bill for me is only time will tell whether we have achieved that or not. And I think it's fair to any government of any stripe when they start out with a project to say, you know, we're going to be cautiously optimistic that things can and should and may improve. But today, and by the minister's own regard, you know, the attempt is to create the conditions for such a scenario. So time will tell whether this government and we as a province achieve that goal. And now I have some feedback on the bill itself and how it took shape. So this bill was introduced on the cusp of wildfire season this year. It was introduced on the last day of the previous session of the House, seemingly, I guess, a strange way to start this conversation. It felt like the government needed something to go out into the summer months during wildfire season to say that we're going to consult. We're going to do something after the year that we just had. The frustrating point that's been communicated to me is that it took almost a year from the disaster that happened last year in 2023 for the government to take a stand and promote the fact that they wanted to do something about wildfire and emergencies in the province. And it made it feel like it was kind of being done off the side of the desk. But we know by the number of different consultations that have happened this summer, I understand that the minister's department has reached out and engaged some people to weigh in on the bill, and they have come back this fall, as suggested, to present what we see before us today. And as far as there's two, essentially another example of two bills in one, an omnibus bill. They're standing up what is being termed as a new department, and they're also establishing this so-called Nova Scotia Guard, which we understand and hope that it does not mow the grass of other volunteer organizations. It doesn't take away from the human resources that are already difficult to find with other not-for-profits, Red Cross, Team Rubicon, United Way. Like there's there's organizations out there that are doing already good work. It seemingly there is a bit of overlap here. The minister's indicated that this is going to create kind of a Rolodex for volunteers so that, you know, the situation at the time, the volunteers on this list will be able to support the situation at the time. So I guess the communication to us over the course of the last several months was that we hope that this does not compromise the ability for these other entities that we have relied on to date, that we're so like, at least for me, experiencing that wildfire last summer, seeing their work on the front lines and dealing with a lot of the interfacing with community on behalf of, you know, the government in many cases, the service providers out there. They're the ones that we need to make sure that this Nova Scotia Guard does not take away from, and only time will tell whether that is successful or not. We know that there are municipal units across this province who play a predominantly or a primary role in responding to these emergencies. Any one of us could account for the good work that municipalities do in their different corners of the province. The minister has also made remarks about the value that we all share in the work that they do and the capabilities that they have. So for me, the government has, I guess, taken a stance that we need to improve the way that everything is streamlined and the way that we're capable to respond across the board. It begs the question of, you know, how is this going to improve exactly what is already in place? Can we be reassured that this is going to create a better circumstances in our different regions across the province when there are efforts of different first responders, agencies, different municipalities to respond to different emergencies? So how is this actually going to create a different scenario, or will this actually create a different, more capable scenario for Nova Scotians, for the agencies that are involved in responding to an emergency? So again, only time will tell. The minister referenced in a question during committee when I asked him if this initiative by government is going to be coupled with investments to enhance the capabilities of agencies and critical partners across the province. It sounded to me like the intent was to work with what we have by grouping municipal units together to try and enhance the capabilities rather than stating certainty around the government's commitment to put in the necessary funds required to enhance capabilities throughout the province. We know that the government in the spring introduced an EMO budget that was actually less than last year's budget. So when the government talks about enhancing capabilities and streamlining processes and increasing training capabilities and standardizing capabilities across the province, it's a little hard to appreciate how that they intend to do that, given that in the spring they introduced a budget for the EMO that was less than what the previous year's one. So that seemingly doesn't add up. And I know based on our conversations with fire services and emergency responders and some of the service providers, that a big issue for them, because they want to do more and they feel that they have the ability to do more in terms of their commitment to it, but they struggle when it comes to funding things. So, okay, so we're trying to put our best foot forward. Part of that, through the Speaker, is showing up with the funding in order to make the capabilities better. I will say that, and we've had some debate in the House over this week related to creating or establishing development in a safe, responsible way. I have tried to get across to the Minister and to the Premier and to the government the value and importance and requirement on the planning process to build communities, particularly new ones, that are as safe as they possibly can be for people to come and go, for emergency responders to come and go. And we continue to see the government try to spin this line of questioning in such a way that says that we're against development, that says, on one hand, we're against development, we want to go faster. The point of having this conversation, Madam Speaker, is we want to ensure, at least I'll speak very matter-of-factly about my community and what I believe is relevant in other communities. We have historically built subdivisions that are isolated from main arteries, that limit our capabilities to respond during emergencies like the one we experienced last year, like the ones we will see in the future without a doubt. And Mr. Speaker, when the government makes decisions to sign off and enable new developments that perpetuate the issue of lacking access, it fails to demonstrate me that they are listening to those that have been through what can only be described as a miserably horrific scenario. And it demonstrates to me and others that the government is just looking past this so that they can say we're building more houses. And I make no mistake about it, we do have a housing deficit. We do want to encourage more development, but I'm trying to make this as clear as I possibly can. We want to do so while we're also maximizing our ability to create safe, complete communities. And I will add, just for the benefit of the record and the facts at hand, I've actually reached out to the ministers and the government's housing task force back in July. I still have not received a response to this letter. This is an ask for the housing task force to get involved with the development in the Middle Sackville area. This development would create more homes, but what it would also do, which is very important, is create an access point between Margeson Drive and Lucasville. So this, Mr. Speaker, is a testament to me making an effort to work with the government, to work with the housing task force to promote more housing development, but also to ensure that we're creating access points. We're creating safer communities. And the examples of, the approval in Fall River, I know the subdivision fairly well, Mr. Speaker. They are enabling a scenario with that development, with pushing that development ahead, that will make all this work, all this intent behind the bill at hand, it takes away from the capability for these groups. It makes it harder for these groups to get in and out of places. And we have a choice to make. We have the capability to do things before developments get started. Because we're looking at situations like in my community and many others throughout our province where there are legacy issues with the infrastructure. There are historic deficits where developments have happened without an intentional behavior to enhance the infrastructure that connects these communities. So it needs to be said again, like, we're not against development. We want to the best of our ability, work with the government to promote more housing, but it cannot be done at the expense of safety, public safety. And the whole point of this bill is to create the conditions for the best possible scenario we can have to foster a response, to prepare for these emergencies, and to recover from these emergencies. But when we see approvals around these developments without necessary access points, like, we're just taking away and further burdening the first responders that have to go in, or the people that have to flee these neighborhoods. And I will say that in closing, Mr. Speaker, that there are voices missing from this initiative. There are voices missing from this initiative, particularly with recovery being a paramount component to this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. By the minister's own admission, recovery is a big part of this bill, of this project. He has not, through this chair, met with the wildfire victims from my community. He has committed in question period to do so. He has not met the obligation to sit with these people who have on countless occasions reached out through his office to do so. So there is an absence of the voice of the people that had to evacuate my community, who lost their homes, in this bill. And I cannot overstate how frustrating that is. And we all have different capabilities to respond to the matters that are brought before us through our constituencies. As a former minister, to respond to the questions that come through our office, but our obligation, first and foremost, as representatives of our communities, as representatives of this province, is to get in front of these people that are going through the hardest of circumstances and have those hard conversations. Those voices that I referenced.
Order, just, we're getting a little sidetracked. I was just trying to pull up the bill there. Just make sure we're just tying this back in and we're speaking to the bill. I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
So to recap, I'm talking about the minister's admitted purpose behind this bill, which is recovery after a response. And what I'm saying is, he's indicated that he's reached out to a number of entities. He's indicated that every fire service, volunteer fire service, has been contacted. I know for a fact as well, Mr. Speaker, that the Hammonds Plains volunteers have not been contacted. So I tried to get this through to the minister in committee of the whole House, and he made the comment again, so it begs checking that statement. The volunteer agency that was first to respond to the fire in Hammonds Plains Tantallon was not engaged on it. Their voices are also missing from this bill. So ultimately, I'm going to get back to my first theme on this. The theme of this is that we'll have to wait and see what happens. It's not something that we're going to stand in the way of. There is, as I said in the beginning, there is merit in taking a look at how we streamline our processes, how we identify our capabilities throughout the province, how we identify critical partners. On paper, this bill does indeed suggest a priority to do that. Time will tell whether we achieve this. And finally, I will say to the staff at the department and those that were involved in the process of making this bill, thank you for taking the time and interest to make emergency preparedness better in the province of Nova Scotia. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Speaker, and I will be brief. I want to raise and voice the Nova Scotia NDP caucus's general support for this bill. Considering the recent and future impacts of climate change on the province, we know that we need to improve how we manage emergencies. To this end, we in the Nova Scotia NDP see very clearly the need for a new emergency management department. It should not be something that is done off of the side of somebody's desk. We support a new EMO department, but it needs to be pointed out that the process of how we ended up with the final version of the act we are considering today was less than ideal. With the introduction of this bill last spring, dropped into the legislature, I think on the last day or so, many felt, to quote Deputy Chief Terry Cannon, like the province was jumping into something without considering all the ramifications of it. It turned out that was true. What was initially introduced no longer stands because it was quickly realized that serious consultation was needed to turn this piece of legislation into something meaningful. We were glad to hear from this government about their consultation and collaboration that took place to revise version 2 of this bill, including with our province's dedicated volunteer organizations. I would like to point out that that consultation should have been done prior to the bill being dropped into the legislature in the spring. We were concerned to hear from the professional firefighters during law amendments that they felt excluded from this consultative process, and we would encourage this government to ensure all relevant stakeholders are at the table as they continue with the implementation of this bill. Finally, and most importantly, we want to thank all the long-standing volunteers, especially the members of Ground Search and Rescue and the volunteer firefighters, the auxiliaries, and all the volunteers in Nova Scotia who every day are taking care of their neighbors and all of us, and who jump to serve anytime there is a crisis in our communities, and who we hope will be well served by these changes. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill 455, an act to establish Department of Emergency Management and authorize the establishment of a Nova Scotia Guard. Madam Speaker, this bill is a watershed moment for our province. There are not many in this chamber who haven't been impacted one way or another by a catastrophic event in their constituency. We must only look at the last 2 years to understand the terrible impacts of hurricanes, wildfires, floods, and blizzards to see the lasting effects that these have on our entire communities. By establishing a new Department of Emergency Management and authorizing the creation of a Nova Scotia Guard, we can harness the skill sets both within government as well as the incredible volunteer power found within our own communities. Madam Speaker, everyone has a friend or a neighbor who we know we can count on. We also know that in times of crises, people want to help. Just imagine the possibilities when we can connect all these people with a common purpose. To me, that's exactly what being Nova Scotia means. To date, we have had over 1,100 people sign up to become members of the Guard, and the number continues to grow. There is a place for every Nova Scotian who wants to sign up. Skill sets can range from chainsaw operators and GIS mapping experts to individuals that own ATVs or snowmobiles. Individuals who can help clear debris, and volunteers who can step in, relieve fire department auxiliaries when response times or search recovery efforts are long-lasting, like we saw with the wildfires and the floods last summer. Maybe they are contractors that are already vetted and established to assist with additional gear and operators. To have all those resources organized and managed by the new Department of Emergency Management will better enable us to respond in emergency situations in the future. Madam Speaker, when the bill was introduced in the spring, our government committed to traveling the province and consulting extensively to make this incredible initiative even better. I attended a session myself in Kemptville this summer alongside members from my own GS Ground Search and Rescue team and our municipal EMO coordinator, additional members from Ground Search and Rescue, our minister, and various fire departments and members from across the Annapolis Valley, and the Honourable MLA for Kings West. Everyone wanted to have a voice. Everyone that wanted to have a voice and provide feedback had many opportunities to do so. Through this consultation, we heard lots of optimism and we received excellent feedback. Much of what I heard has been incorporated into the legislation with these amendments that were debated earlier in the week. Madam Speaker, the Nova Scotia Guard will allow us to support communities when they are responding to emergencies more efficiently in the years ahead and enable better collaboration with partners across the province. I truly believe that a Nova Scotia Guard will galvanize the volunteer spirit that runs so deeply through our province, and it will increase our ability to respond in difficult times. But mainly, Madam Speaker, it will bring Nova Scotians together, build our resilience, and make our communities stronger. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job, Melissa.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From what I gather, the idea of the bill before us, the Guard, was first mentioned in a response to a media inquiry during a scrum with the Premier, which one could also conclude must be the case, as there is no mention whatsoever of emergency management at all in the Minister's mandate letter. So unfortunately, it indicates a lack of forethought in keeping Nova Scotians safe during emergencies, much like delaying the immediate need for the Vulnerable Persons Registry, so I'm glad that it's in this Bill 4455. It's obviously the result of Emergency Management Office and Public Relations scrambling over the summer to present something in the fall legislative session to make good on the introduction of the bill in the spring. And I acknowledge the hard work that did take place over the summer. The minister stated during the tabling of his amendments that there was extensive consultation. But from what I heard from rural residents, they were held on poorly planned days and at times during the month of July with very poor attendance. Those are who I heard from. That said, it is obvious by the length of the amendments that many staff were still scrambling at the time the bill was brought before us now. I'm not opposed to the intent of the bill to provide direction to those who protect Nova Scotians during an emergency. But given the efforts focused on getting more volunteers by this government staff at farmers markets and other events with a QR code does cause me some concern. Nova Scotians, as we know, are very well intended. I know it's been my experience as a past block parent, neighborhood watch, coordinator, citizen on patrol, volunteer, municipal councillor, and an auxiliary member of the Cole Harbour Westfall Firefighter Volunteer Association. The one common message to me during all my involvement in those roles was, do not put yourself in harm's way. It's not in print, but it's an accepted understanding in rural brigades that volunteers are trained on incident command systems and occupational health and safety. And I trust going forward that this understanding will continue to be the practice to protect these volunteers who may be blindly stepping up. We may have seen how fragmented emergency responses can play out. We have during emergencies, and that is my main concern going forward. And I will continue to be until Nova Scotians see adequate resources and funding towards a well-coordinated effort, not piecemeal and not without imperative state-of-the-art coordination. Currently in Nova Scotia, each municipal unit, regional municipalities, towns, and rural municipalities each have their own emergency management policies and procedures. And naturally, the larger regional municipalities have the resources to respond to an emergency and have their own dispatch system. I understand towns in Nova Scotia do as well. But the rural areas of Nova Scotia are grouped together to form regions, with these regions being large in geographical size with a dispatch system that is contracted out. As someone said to me, dispatch services in Nova Scotia is a dog's breakfast, with regions identified as the Valley, with Kentville, Colchester, Cumberland, Kentville, East and West Hants, Kingston, and Annapolis, Canso, Guysborough, Antigonish, Port Hawkesbury, Richmond, another in Shelburne, another in Digby and surrounding areas. With communication structured this way, it causes confusion when emergencies like wildfires, storms, and they all cross municipal boundaries. I have strong concerns about the lack of clear, decisive, immediate communications going out to Nova Scotians during any emergency. My question to the minister, and hoping in his remarks of response, who will coordinate these communications? What will be the plan going forward to ensure each municipal unit, with their various dispatch communication systems, alert residents efficiently and timely? And who will be the lead, and why is that not identified in the bill? Will the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office be taking the lead during all future emergencies? Is the minister relying on the individual municipal units to communicate to its respective residents? Once again, emergencies do not abide by physical municipal boundaries. How will this bill address communications and proper communication during our next emergency? I will use a farming term that the minister has used in the past in discussions with me about not getting into the weeds. But we all know if you don't tend to the weeds, they will choke out your desired plants, and in this case, your desired outcome. In this ominous bill, the details on how this legislation will be implemented is unknown, and how various individual systems will be integrated to ensure communications are dispatched, and how will these valued volunteers be protected from harm and liability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, preparing for emergencies is a job of government. It's achieved through working with our many partner organizations, our departments, and our specially trained administrators. Over the next few moments, I'll offer a broad perspective as to how I see the Nova Scotia Guard benefiting the people of this great province. My perspective comes from a variety of experiences, including having taken part in several stakeholder meetings, one-on-one conversations with many first responders, real-life experiences that come from 20 years of firefighting, and having served as a mental health professional and chair for the Nova Scotia Critical Incident Stress Management Team. In that area, I also received training from the International Critical Incident Stress Foundation. Together, these hands-on experiences and academic training provide me a broad perspective on crisis intervention. From the direct impacts to citizens to the community at large. The ways in which this new department will benefit the people of Nova Scotia are numerous. And this point, we have hardly spoken on, but before I do that, I want to correct some record. Through the legislation process of Bill 455, I've listened and I took note of some of the comments made. Just today, the member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, said that tabling the bill early was a strange way to do it, while his leader yesterday talked about consultation and lack of. How can we do both? By tabling the bill months early allowed engagement. And I think that's the sign of a very responsible government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville again today talked about the lack of correspondence with the first responder team in his department, in his region. FSANS, Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia, is the unifying body of all fire service across this province. And not only are they engaged, they sit on the Guard Committee. Their voices are heard. Madam Speaker, 18 sessions with volunteer fire departments and ground search and rescue. 30 sessions with various organizations, NGOs, as the Minister mentioned earlier today, the Red Cross, United Way, Salvation Army. 14 community events, festivals and exhibitions across the province so far, more planned for the fall. More than 20 in-person virtual community engagement sessions with community leaders and community groups across the province throughout the summer. Many more planned throughout the fall. I would say consultation is going pretty well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's been a theme in the House this week, last couple of weeks. The numbers don't lie. The numbers just don't lie. But it was good to hear, I want to be fair, so it was good to hear several members on both sides of the floor recognizing the great demand placed on our volunteer firefighters. And to be honest, as a retired firefighter sitting here, I was reassured with that recognition. The heavy demand is placed on volunteer fire departments is indeed real, because whether on an emergency scene or planning a community event, fire departments are often the centerpiece of our rural communities. Firefighters are called upon from everything from organizing a community parade to rescuing a cat in a tree, from a full-blown structure fire to a large-scale natural disaster. Firefighters are the Swiss Army knives of the modern world. So it is good to see the heavy demand is recognized and that we all have such great respect for the work they do and the time that is given up so unselfishly. Truly ordinary people doing extraordinary actions. I'm proud that this government recognizes that great commitment and that heavy demand. I'll give you a couple of indications, Madam Speaker. Mental health supports for first responders. That was this government. Previously done by volunteer groups. Because other governments refused to take credit for that, we did it. Thank you very much. Thousands of dollars to more than 300 fire departments over multiple years. That's great financial support, which we've heard talked about today. And Madam Speaker, we can't forget First Responders Recognition Day, made it official. It seems that some members are concerned about organizations having to compete for volunteers, which is a legitimate concern, given that volunteers are not as common as used to be. Unfortunately, our first responder organizations are not immune to this. However, I want to relieve that concern. I assure you the Nova Scotia Guard is not here to compete with first responders, but rather to help first responders. Madam Speaker, we have to remember that firefighters are extremely well trained. In addition to level 1 firefighter training, which is typically about a year long, countless hours of specialty training courses such as incident command, extrication, water rescue, rapid intervention, high-angle rescue, medical first response, just to name a few. Countless hours of repetitive training go into making it possible to do the extraordinary acts they do every day. Ordinary, operating specialized equipment, training in search patterns, radio communications, and various ways of securing water supplies are just a few examples of the repetitive training that is the firefighter's world. In emergency response, the response must be planned, familiar, and swiftly acted upon with confidence. First responders are the hometown heroes.
Oh, okay. I like that. Get that one down here.
I'll get that in there. Equally specialized are ground search and rescue members. These members are very well trained in the work they do. They're extremely compassionate and committed individuals. From urban search techniques to wilderness search techniques, from search management to incident command, and from protecting evidence to advanced skills in their own survival. These folks are extremely committed to doing the work they do every day, and they give up a lot of time to do that. A point we do agree on is the quality response from our first responders and their unquestionable commitment to professionalism. For a member to suggest that the Guard fails to support first responders shows a complete lack of understanding in emergency response. In the first responders world, we often do something that's called pre-incident size-ups. In this preparation exercise, every aspect of a specific scenario is considered, such as apparatus placement for a growing incident, water supply, which could require tankers coming in and out of the scene, various weather-related possibilities in regards to its effect on the incident, the victims, and the first responders. Mass evacuation, resting areas, staging areas, and any other aspects that we can imagine that could arise in an event. From that brief list, you can imagine that there comes a point in time where the task, while necessary, may no longer require the specially trained first responders who already have their hands full. Sometimes community support networks, charities, and volunteer organizations help to address these needs, but this is the point where I recognize the great value of Nova Scotia Guard. The Nova Scotia Guard is an organized resource available to support first responders. Support first responders. I'm sure, excuse me, I'm sure it will now be referenced in many pre-incident size-ups across the province. For example, I think of the great work the Red Cross does. In many, many calls, we've had to call out the Red Cross in full structure loss. And once you make the call, they take care of the family, it's looked after, and we can go back to dealing with the fire. They will continue to do that work, but who do I call when I have to evacuate a farm? Who do I call when I have to clear snow to multiple seniors to get oil in their housing tank? Who do I call in extended power outages? This is the place I see the Guard really chipping in, helping out Nova Scotians. The Nova Scotia Guard is a way of helping these organizations as it allows others to chip in where such unique specialized training is not necessary. For example, food handling, constructing temporary shelters such as tents, walking dogs, taking care of large farm animals, operating chainsaws, or shoveling snow. Perhaps just sitting with people who are removed from their homes and feeling displaced, just providing comfort. Or even just helping an elderly person secure communication with their loved ones who may be worried where they're at, where'd they go. The needs are endless when it comes to planning a large-scale disaster response. It would be irresponsible for a government to not prepare. Given the events we've experienced the past few years, I think it's long overdue for a Guard. I'm very happy that we have landed on a way that we can support first responders and Nova Scotians in their time of need. There's another aspect to this as well, Madam Speaker. When people learn of a crisis in a community, often it is followed up with a statement like, I wish I could do something. Let's go help in some way. Other speakers have talked about the volunteer donations of clothes and food. I think it was referred to as looking like Costco. Absolutely beautiful to experience, but that's the blue noser way. That's what we're talking about here. Not to take away from the great act of compassion, but if you act on that thought of what can we do, it is often, subconsciously, much about yourself as it is about helping the individuals who are in need. The feeling of helplessness is an uncomfortable place to sit, and it feeds the seed of empathy. That's why it's the blue noser way. One of the many things first responders deal with when on scene is well-intentioned volunteers who sincerely want to help, but sometimes place themselves in harm's way because they are unaware of how to work on a busy emergency scene. The Nova Scotia Guard is a way for those folks to step up in a meaningful and organized way, helping their community, their first responders, and themselves in doing so. The Guard provides coordinated support where a greater sense of unity and a stronger sense of identity are just a few of the benefits engaging the community in a crisis response. First responders know firsthand this experience because the psychological bonding of other members who work on a traumatic scene with them is known firsthand. There's even a name on it. It's called post-traumatic growth. This refers to the positive personal changes that result from dealing with trauma. While I don't believe members of the Guard will be involved in trauma to the same level as first responders, the Nova Scotia Guard will provide this feeling of unity to those who are unable to provide the specialized intervention but are able to help in other ways. I'm sure members of the Guard will experience a sense of community, identification, and unity. They will experience a reduction of the helplessness feeling that often crushes a community following a large-scale traumatic event. I believe the byproducts of the Guard's social connection will be an increased well-being and a reduction of depression and anxiety. I believe we all want this for Nova Scotians. Resiliency is what we're talking about. And that is what we're building for Nova Scotia. Resiliency is an individual or a community's ability to adapt to setbacks. It's the ability to recover in the face of adversity. And it can be directly attributed to the individual or the group having the skills to endure hardship, the ability to prepare for anticipated hazards, adapt to changing conditions, withstand and recover rapidly from disruptions is building resiliency. Whether it is a major forest fire, a flood, or some natural disaster, the strength and resiliency of a community are improved by replacing a sense of helplessness with a greater feeling of empowerment. The importance of community engagement cannot be overstated because it plays a crucial role in helping individuals cope with the challenges and uncertainties that arise from traumatic events. Engagement offsets feelings of isolation and despair with a sense of solidarity, hope, and a shared purpose, thereby building community resiliency. Imagine, Madam Speaker, all this community building while providing meaningful assistance to those in need and assisting our beloved first responders. Today is indeed a great day for Nova Scotia. By organizing our resources and expertise that we already have, we can ensure that people's needs are more completely met during a crisis. All of this while providing relief to our trained personnel so they can use their personalized training to work on the crisis. In the face of changing climate conditions, anything we can do to strengthen our disaster response and preparedness is beneficial. And when combined with prevention, protection, mitigation, response and recovery, we are strengthening Nova Scotia. As a province, there is no doubt that Nova Scotia will be better positioned to deal with crisis by the creation of the Nova Scotia Guard. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Premier, the Minister, and all the folks in the background who do all this work to help bring this very, very thoughtful piece of legislation forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, it will be to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to say a few words to address some of the concerns I heard and say a few words of thank you and maybe just a bit of explanation. To begin with, I am really disappointed to hear the disparaging words from the little Liberal caucus on this, and sorry to hear that they will not be supporting this bill. That's a disappointment, and I want to ensure them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plain, Lucasville.
We will be supporting this bill.
That's not order. That's not a point of order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I will begin again. I'm sorry to hear the disparaging words from the Liberal caucus, and I want to assure all members of this House that this bill is anything but a publicity stunt or a PR stunt. Absolutely, this is incredibly important to Nova Scotia. Secondly, I want to assure all members that this bill is in no way a comment or criticism of our existing first responders, whether they be career firefighters or volunteer firefighters or search and rescue. We deeply appreciate them, and I just want to assure all of those first responders that this bill and what we're doing is meant to help them, enable them, fill in behind them, work with them. So that's incredibly important to us. In fact, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that this bill is really a result of 3 pretty brutal years of emergencies of one sort or another, and lessons learned. One of the things we learned was that these emergency events that we experienced were longer duration than we had experienced in the past, and that stretched the resources that we had. We learned that there were many people who wanted to volunteer during these events, and when we talked to other jurisdictions around the world, we learned that other jurisdictions in different parts of Canada and from what we can understand, the United States and even Australia, New Zealand, all have the same situation. It's not just true of Nova Scotia, but when emergencies happen, people in the community step up. And we can say that's the Blue Noser way, and it is 100%, but we see it in other jurisdictions too. The term we use is spontaneous volunteers. How do we manage and organize spontaneous volunteers? And I will say anecdotally that we had, in one rural community, one fire chief said, "Why do I need the Nova Scotia Guard? If I need 20 people, I just go down to the wharf and get 20 people." And actually, I totally respect that comment. That works in that community. But that doesn't work in the larger scale for us. We need more organization. We need to know, we need to be ready to use those people, know what their skills are, have had criminal record checks done, and all that. So this is a result of really, as I said, 3 years of brutal circumstances of various sorts in Nova Scotia. What we learned from those 3 years in the after action was we needed better communication, better collaboration, and better coordination. So that's really what this bill is about. I also want to say that in terms of the first responders, as I already said, this will not compete with our existing first responders or volunteer agencies. In fact, if we look at other jurisdictions, we know that the Guard, we will be able to filter or encourage some members of the Guard to get more involved. So we know that some people who sign up, if we look at other jurisdictions as well, some people who sign up will get into it and want to have be more involved, and we will be able to encourage them to become volunteer firefighters, for example, or firefighters. And in fact, of the 1,100, we had over 50 who said they were trained firefighters and were not attached to a fire service right now. And that's an opportunity for us to attach them and not retired. So we know that there are people out there. We can use the Guard to help them along and get them involved. I do want to note that the member from Cole Hartmouth Dartmouth made comments about dispatch, and this is one of the areas that, yes, we know we need to do more. This is an area that has been long neglected in our province. We need to do more. We're working on that through this bill. I do want to say too, and as my member from the member from Glace Bay indicated, we have increased funding to our first responders, to our firefighters, to our search and rescue. Each of the years that we've been here in government, we've also funded presumptive cancer care coverage through LSI. So we're supporting our firefighters. They know that, and we've also increased funding to our municipalities through the the historic MOU renegotiation, which we did a year ago, which increased the funding greatly to our municipalities. We recognize how important a part they are in this. So I just want to say in closing that I want to thank the volunteers in Nova Scotia who have already signed up for the Guard. I can't tell you how appreciative we are that we already have 1,100 people signed up, and we have community groups signed up. So we have the Snowmobile Association in Nova Scotia, and many other community groups are signing up as well. And I think I said in the House before that the first time since 1984, last winter, we needed skidoos. And people stepped up. So with the Guard, we'll be more organized in that. So there's many ways the Guard can help us deal with emergencies. On the one hand, I hope we never need them to step up, but I know we just never know when the next emergency will happen. We want to be ready. We want to create a culture of preparedness in Nova Scotia. I also want to thank all of the many people who gave input into this, including firefighters, professional career firefighters, volunteer firefighters, search and rescue, and all of the people who attended which I add up to 74 different engagements we had over the summer. I realize the summer is not a great time to have engagements with the community, but the reality is emergencies can't wait. We felt the urgency to have this ready and get it done. We're in hurricane season now. We've been spared, thankfully, so far on that front, but we felt the need to have the Nova Scotia Guard be ready as we could have it if there was an emergency. So we feel the pressure of timeliness on this, that we need to have this ready to go if necessary. So in particular, I want to thank my staff who worked so hard on this. They know who they are. And finally, I want to thank the Premier, who was absolutely committed to this project and really was a primary driver on it. Our Premier, I'm really grateful for his support in making this go ahead and his commitment to it and his vision for what we're doing. It's really a big part of this too. So thank you, Premier, for your part in this. And with that, I move to close debate on Bill 455.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 455, Department of Emergency Management, an act to establish and authorize the establishment of a Nova Scotia Guard. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 455, an act to establish a Department of Emergency Management and authorize the establishment of a Nova Scotia Guard.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be read by the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call, address and reply?
Government motions. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. Address and reply. I recognize the Honourable Member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hail from the historic African Nova Scotian community of Cherry Brook, which is a few kilometers east of Dartmouth. It is the home of the Black Cultural Center for Nova Scotia, a one-of-its-kind facility in Canada that houses a museum and a library center that focus on the history and culture of African Nova Scotia. A quick fact, I was among the first employees hired to work at the Black Cultural Center. In 1983, I was hired to work as an accountant bookkeeper, making $3 per hour. I come from a family of 2 sisters and 4 brothers. My mother, who will turn 89 on October 4th, was a stay-at-home mom, yet she practically babysit every child in the community. We always had children at our house. My father was a mechanic's assistant, and in all honesty, he performed the duties of the lead mechanic. When folks in the community had a problem with their vehicle, they would always come to Dad, who prepared their vehicles for basically nothing. My parents did an awesome job in shielding us from the realities of growing up Black in Nova Scotia in the 60s and 70s. We were instilled with the values of honesty, integrity, kindness, respect, compassion, hard work, and perseverance. I should also mention that the value of a good education was always stressed. I can recall my parents saying, "Remember, you're going to have to work twice as hard, but a good education will create opportunities and open doors." I excelled in all levels of education: elementary, junior high, senior high, and university. But it was not easy. Often being the only Black person in the classroom, but I persevered. Racism, discrimination, and prejudice were and still are real. I know what it's like to be ignored, isolated, dismissed, and passed over. But this only made my resolve stronger. I used every setback, every disappointment, and every obstacle to strengthen me and become a calm, quiet, but determined voice that would challenge the status quo and make a difference. I've been involved in my church and community all my entire life, serving on various boards and committees, both locally and provincially. My mindset has always been to give back, to do my best. In my professional career and volunteer work, I've practiced this motto, which is a quote from Theodore Roosevelt: "People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care." I am a retired accountant, business analyst, and business planning manager. I retired in February of 2020 after nearly 36 years at the Halifax Stanfield International Airport. My experience at the airport shaped me in so many ways, and I will always appreciate my time there. I was only 21 years old when I started there. Yes, there were some real struggles, but I was able to grow and excel in my field, and I profoundly enjoyed the work and the people. You know, if someone had said to me some 15 months ago that I would be standing here today in this revered and historical place as a member of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, representing the constituents of Preston, I would have said, "Are you for real? Are you out of your mind?"
You did say that.
I've often told the story of how I wrestled with this decision to enter politics. I consulted family, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, and my mother, who with her quiet and gentle spirit said to me in June of 2023, "Twyla, for such a time as this." I took her words to heart and started to reflect and believe that it was my time. I want to share with you that shortly after I retired in 2020, my sister, the late Reverend Tracy Gross, who, by the way, in 1996 became the first female ordained in the African United Baptist Association and the first Black woman ordained in the Convention of Atlantic Baptist Churches. She said to me, "Twyla, you are not finished yet. There is still more work for you to do. So always keep an open mind." Well, I never imagined that I would be headed in this direction, but here I am. To put it all in perspective, I remember on June 20th of 2023 that I received an email from my brother Conrad which read, "You did not choose the journey. Others who saw your compassion to help, your determination to lead, and your talents to succeed. It was they who chose you. Let that light shine brightly in you and continue to lead and move forward." I remember reciting the poem, Our Greatest Fear, by Marianne Williamson, in the first person, and it went something like this. My deepest fear is not that I'm inadequate. My deepest fear is that I am powerful beyond measure. It is my light, not my darkness, that frightens me. I ask myself, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who am I not to be? You see, me playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around me. I am meant to shine as children do. I was born to make manifest the glory of God that is within me. It's not just in me, it's in everyone. And so as I let my own light shine, I unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As I am liberated from my own fear, my presence automatically liberates others. I want to acknowledge family members who have passed on because I stand on their shoulders. My father, Kenneth, my grandmother, Elizabeth, my brother, Blair, my sister, Tracy, and my aunt, Alma. The one thing that they all had in common was their care and concern for others. They were an example of dedication, commitment, and desire to serve others. I often think about my lifelong mentor, Gloria McCluskey, who gave me my first job at the Halifax Regional Assessment Office and has always kept in touch with me well over 40 years. Her advice to me has always been, you're not going to please everybody. So simply do the best you can, and people will respect you for that. The Preston riding that I represent consists of the communities of Lake Echo, Mineville, East Preston, North Preston, Ross Road, Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, Humber Park, Montague Gold Mines, Westfall, Sunset Acres, and parts of Dartmouth. It is home to two of the two largest African Nova Scotian communities in Nova Scotia, North and East Preston. African Nova Scotians and people of African descent make up approximately 38% of the riding's population. I became the MLA for Preston because I care about my community and the future of its constituents. My desire is that I will be a voice that amplifies the issues, the needs and concerns for every corner of this cherished riding. You see, Preston is urban, it's suburban and rural, and this represents some unique challenges. The issues in one area may not be the same as those in another area. A one-size-fits-all approach will not necessarily work. Well, what are some of those common issues in this riding? Healthcare, support for seniors, long-term care, housing needs, affordability, approved transit infrastructure in rural areas, to name a few. Preston has so much to offer, from beautiful scenery and growing communities to opportunities for development and a real sense of belonging. Many are thrilled that we will soon become the home of a new seniors and long-term care facility. There is development taking place along the 107 highway near the Okuma Center, and the Orenda Canoe Club, nestled beside the Lake Echo Community Center, offers a variety of year-round programs. 2 beautiful golf courses, the links at Montague and Granville Golf and Country Club, along with a number of thriving small businesses. And the Black Cultural Center, which welcomes tourists from all over the world all year round. All to say that there is potential and opportunities in Preston. Today, we are building a stronger and brighter tomorrow for Preston, and I'm committed to illuminating a path forward for everyone's success. I consider it a privilege and an honor to represent Preston. My real satisfaction comes when I am out and about, whether it be at a vegetable stand, Nova Scotia loyal, in the grocery store, or simply pumping gas in my vehicle. Oh, let's not talk about the carbon tax. And someone stops to say, I appreciate the job you're doing. I respect and admired all those who are involved in politics, realizing that for the most part, it is not about fame or fortune, but a sense of duty, a desire and a yearning to serve others and make a difference. I recognize that there are many challenges ahead. However, I only need to focus on one step forward. I don't need to have everything figured out today. The only way to climb a mountain is one step at a time. So I don't think about the peak or getting to the top or what may come later. Instead, I will focus on taking that one step every day, knowing that eventually I and we will get there. There are challenges ahead, but there are also many opportunities to make a difference. I thank the Premier and my colleagues for your support. Together, we will continue to build Preston up. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Government Host Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, my apologies. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a point of privilege.
Please do.
Thank you. I think, Madam Speaker, that after 15 years of service in this legislature, my colleague in MLA Bedford should have been given an opportunity in speech and reply and should have been told before it started.
This is not a point of privilege. If the honourable member would like to get up, she could speak. I mean, we saw it yesterday, so Sorry, no. And the member is more than willing to, if she wants to, then I will recognize her. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for making this point. If I had been told that this was going to happen, I might have prepared remarks. But the truth be told, I said what I wanted to say when I announced that I wasn't going to run again. I thank the people who were important to me. But it's deeply disappointing that on this very last day of the session, Madam Speaker, that there wasn't even the respect accorded to members on this side of the House that this would be called. I'm not the only one on this side of the House who hasn't done address and reply. There's another member of another party, too. We had no notice. And it would have been a respectful, kind, thoughtful thing to do. But as my colleague outlined the other day, there are a number of things that are concerning about the way this House functions, and this would be one of them. I want to thank my colleagues. I'm the longest serving member here, 15 years. And I've had lovely interactions with pretty much every member of this House. Some were a little more fraught in the beginning, but they've been lovely interactions. And I've enjoyed, so enjoyed, representing the people of Bedford. Actually, it was Bedford, Birch Cove, then Bedford, then now Bedford Basin. Keeps getting smaller because the population keeps getting bigger. So if I were to, off the cuff, having had no warning that I'd be speaking, if I were going to leave any words for this House, I would say to people, think about how Nova Scotia has changed. In the 15 years that I've been here, the population in the area that I serve has exploded. My riding, I'm on my third riding now in just 15 years. And so I would ask people to think about what we are asking Nova Scotians to deal with. I mean, change is hard. And today when I asked the Minister of Public Works a question, I talked about, you know, what we're dealing with just in the traffic down in this area. But in so many aspects. I mean, once upon a time, people could count on having a family doctor or nurse practitioner. I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to hear changes announced that, oh, you don't really have the right to a family doctor. You don't really have. You're not going to get that anymore. Those changes are coming. The schools in the area I represent have been overcrowded since before I became a member. And when the new Charles P. Allen was being built, I kept sounding the alarm. It's not being built large enough. It's not being built large enough. And sure enough, the day it opened, it was full. It was more than full. And so we've had to build another high school. And we need more schools. We have Rocky Lake Elementary, which has currently 1 grade in it, was supposed to be shut down. And I'd be the first to admit we extended its life. But there was a sunset on that. Now we have no idea whether there's a sunset or not. Eaglewood Elementary was supposed to have to be rebuilt. If you break your leg or you end up in a wheelchair, you can't get to that 2nd floor in that school. There's no cafeteria. Fort Sackville School doesn't have a gym. It's a hallway. That's where you take gym. So there's lots of challenges there to growth. So if I were to leave this house with any thoughts, it would be to have respect for the Nova Scotians that we are asking to deal with massive change. It would be to have respect for Nova Scotians who once upon a time thought that they were going to be able to purchase a home, or that when they sold their home, the money they got from that would allow them to rent for the rest of their days, and now they're finding out it's not. And to simply say, oh, the process is working, or that, and to dismiss their concerns, which are, you know, we are definitely hearing in Metro daily at our offices about these concerns. So I would say, if I were to leave some final words to the House, it would be around that. It seems to me that in terms of accommodations where you live, there are some very different striations in society now here in Nova Scotia. So if you bought a house, if you were lucky enough to buy a house before the pandemic, you're probably sitting pretty. If you had that house paid off, you're definitely sitting pretty. Except, where are you going to move to if you sell that house? For folks who are trying to get into the housing market now, and I did speak briefly to this earlier today, I have grave concerns about our young people. If you live in Metro, it is very difficult for a single person to buy a house, or a couple, because wages have not kept up with inflation and housing costs. One of my concerns watching things develop over the last year has been the all politics all the time, all PR all the time, and the necessity to check and recheck every single statistic that gets thrown out there. We've heard statistics like 40,000 new homes. What does that mean? Where are they from? We don't know. I have a friend who's an accountant, and he was telling me, I don't know, about 7 years ago, about the hollowing out to the middle class in the U.S. And he was talking to me about, you know, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and there's just no middle class left there. And I've started to wonder if that is what is happening here in Nova Scotia. Because there are too many people who cannot make ends meet. We never had a food pantry in Bedford. We have a food pantry now. And when I look around at what's happening and who doesn't have money, I'm deeply concerned. And so I guess if I were going to leave some final words to this House, it would be thank you to my colleagues for the time we've shared here together. We haven't always agreed with each other. We frequently haven't agreed with each other, but we have sometimes agreed on things. But I do believe that people in this House want the best for Nova Scotians. But I think we ignore the growing disparity at our peril, at their peril. And so, having spoken off the cuff, and I probably would have been, gosh, I hope I would have been way more eloquent if I'd had time to think about it. And I will just say that I am going to miss your eloquence for the member from Halifax-Shabukdo, because sometimes in this chamber I hear words that I haven't heard in a long time, and it makes my heart glad that there is somebody here who is trotting out those words that I probably haven't heard since university. I just want to thank the people of Bedford Birch Cove, Bedford Basin, and Bedford for allowing me to represent them. for four terms, and to my family for supporting me through those, because as I noted in my retirement remarks there, our kids have been through 13 elections. So all of you who think like, oh gosh, I got to go through another election, think about it. If your kids had to endure 13 of them, right? Both parents in politics, and again, we made this choice, right? But our kids didn't. 13 elections. Our friends, who frequently supported, came and volunteered on each other, although we did have separate campaign teams. Our families who fed our kids and looked out for things on the home front when we were running in elections. And to my husband, Jeff, who has been my biggest supporter, and it was always good to have, someone to bounce things off of when you had a tough decision. And was encouraging and very proud of me. I really, appreciated that during this time. But to the people of Bedford, thank you very much. And sorry I wasn't more eloquent, but didn't have any notice, so thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn debate. Oh, no.
Order.
Okay.
Oh, he's already spoken on this. Oh, sorry, okay, he's already spoken. I don't, everybody was hugging. No, okay. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As is directed, I move to adjourn debate.
The motion is to adjourn debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable government host leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that we take a short recess to await the arrival of His Honour.
The host is in recess until the honour arrives for royal assent. That His Honor the Lieutenant Governor be admitted.
His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor. It is the wish of His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, that everyone present be seated.
May it please your honor, the General Assembly of the province has at its present session passed certain bills to which, in the name and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request your honor's assent.
Bill number 455, an act to establish a Department of Emergency Management and authorize the establishment of a Nova Scotia Guard. Bill number 459, an act respecting the continuation of certain health professional associations. Bill number 464, an act respecting stronger workplaces for Nova Scotia. Bill number 467, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, and Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act. Bill number 469, an act to amend Chapter 81 of the Acts of 1876, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund. Bill number 471, an act respecting advancing Nova Scotia opportunities. Bill number 476, an act to amend Chapter 26 of the Acts of 2004, the French Language Services Act. Loi modifiant le chapitre 26 des lois de 2004, la loi sur les services en français. Bill number 482, an act to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. Bill number 487, an act to continue King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre as a society under the Societies Act and to repeal Chapter 16 of the Acts of 1990, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Act.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
Her Honor, the Speaker.
Please be seated. I would ask that the members to please rise and join me in the singing of our national anthem. Please be seated. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I move to adjourn, I'd like to thank a number of people who are in the House and made sure that this session moved along so smoothly. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the members of the House, I want to acknowledge the pages. Maybe come on in, guys. Thank you to the pages, the folks at Legislative TV for all you do. Clerks of our House, James and David and the team with them. Legislative Council, the folks who draft all the bills we debate. The team in the Legislative Library, thank you for your support. House operations staff. Sergeant at Arms. The commissioners, thank you to the commissioners. Our constituency assistants who keep our offices running so smoothly while we're here. Thank you. The entire public service, the men and women of the public service are some of the most dedicated professionals we have in this province. Thank you to the public service. Of course, our families who keep things running at home while we're here and make sure our children and loved ones' activities remain smoothly. Thank you to our families for And on a personal note, I just want to wish each and every member here the very best this fall, the very best of luck this fall. Bon chance, everyone. Have a great fall. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker. Thank you.
The motion is that the House now adjourn to meet again at the call of the Speaker. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.